Bang, bang, bang. I call this meeting to order. Suzanne, could you call the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Carr,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Labar,
Here.
Councilmember Case,
Here.
Councilmember Neal,
Here.
Councilmember Path,
Here.
and Councilmember Zulawaga.
Bang, bang, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If everybody could rise and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge
Allegiance
To the flag
Flag
of the United
United
States
States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
America, we love you.
All right, we are at ceremonies, presentations, and appointments, and we have the swearing in of our council member-elect Stephanie Alfieri. Suzanne, please.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, we are pleased to be able to do this evening. It's been a long time coming. As you all know, the election is certified and Miss Alfieri was the clear winner of the election. So it's my great privilege and pleasure to serve her in tonight. So I'm going to ask you, Stephanie, if you could raise your right hand with me and then repeat after me. I, Stephanie Alfieri. I can't hear you, Stephanie.
Might have to make sure you're on the right speaker or microphone.
Rob, do you have any suggestions for Stephanie?
Stephanie, on the bottom left-hand side where the mute button is, just you got to select a microphone and make sure. Yeah. You can call in, probably. Interesting.
If you go to the task, I don't know if you're on Windows or a Mac. If you're a Mac, I can't help you. If you're Windows, can you just shake your head yes that you're on Windows? Okay, go to your tray, go to the far right. There should be a little speaker. If you right click on it, it should give you some options to go into your speaker settings.
Do you have a headset, Stephanie? Well, go ahead and pick up. Rob, can you do you have the phone number stuff so she can call in? We can see her. She can also be on her phone.
So I'm sending that right now, Stephanie.
You can call, yeah, Stephanie, you can call in and you can hear your voice that way.
Stephanie, do you have access to your city email? Okay. No?
When you clicked on that little speaker in the lower right, did you right click on it? Right click, okay? The top thing should say open sound settings. Does it say that? Click on that. Left click on that. It should open up a dialog box. At the top of them, it'll choose your output device. And then the input, it'll down at the bottom third, it should say choose your input device. Is that what it say? Is that what it says? Did I lose you in the instructions on what to click on?
Stephanie, do you have
There you go.
It says it's
You're
connected.
now
connecting.
connecting to the audio.
There you go. Now try. There you go.
Got it?
There you go.
All right.
Yay. Okay,
Okay.
let's start this over. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Stephanie Alfieri,
I, Stephanie Alfieri,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Colorado,
and of the state of Colorado,
the charter and ordinances
the charter and ordinances
of the city of Woodland Park,
of the city of Woodland Park,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
of council member upon which I'm about to enter.
of council member upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, welcome aboard, and when I see you, we'll get this signed and official.
Hey. Thank you. All right, welcome aboard. And we are now going into executive session. So I need a motion from somebody to move into executive session.
I move that we move in to executive session for discussion of a personnel matter and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of the elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees, and the following additional details are provided for identification purposes regarding the acting city manager position.
Thank you. Second.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you. Alfieri.
You're
Unmute
muted now,
yourself.
Steph.
Oops, sorry.
Hit the unmute on the bottom on your microphone.
Spacebar.
There you go.
Okay. Alfieri.
You're gonna have to do with your mic again.
Oh,
There
now
you go.
we
We can
hear
hear
We
you.
hear you.
You're
Just say
in
yes.
Just say
Say
yes.
it loud. Say it loud.
Carr.
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Neal.
Yes.
Path.
Yes.
Zuluaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
All right. We get to go over to the executive session link now and leave this meeting.
Mr. Mayor. Oh,
Oh, you already left.
everyone that wants to go in the regular meeting, I think, would stay on here. Correct, Suzanne?
Yes.
Okay.
Stephanie in the bottom right. There you go.
Aaron, do you have any kind of double connection because Rob is hosting this one and I'm getting a host error that you're already in a session. If you can hear this, you need to close this out and then open up the other one because we can't get in unless maybe it's just me. But Rob, I can't get in. It tells me the host is.
Either. Mr. Neal, I'm talking to Dan right now. We're going to work it out.
All right, thank you. I'm going to stay here until you give me a thumbs up that you have the host able to open the other meeting.
Mr. Neal, it's going to take me about 5 minutes to work through this.
All right, I'm trying to send a text to the other people that are probably getting the same error.
Hey, Mr. Neal, everyone's in the meeting now. They were able to get in using the same link.
Suzanne. I thought you'd like that. Yeah.
Can you hear me there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. So what do snowmen have for breakfast?
We're in a public meeting, sir.
All right, then I'll give you the answer. Frosted Flakes.
Okay. So we're waiting for Kelly and Rust. No, there's Rusty. Who are we waiting for? Stephanie.
Stephanie says she's in the attendee, but not a panelist. If you could ask Rob to forward her or bring her in as a panelist.
Okay, he's on it.
And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4,
She's on.
6.
We just don't have Kelly. Okay, here's Councilmember Case.
Excellent.
The links aren't working like they're supposed to. Sorry. Had to
That's all
do
right.
behind the login.
I knew it was going to be complicated. All right, the time is now 6:08 p.m. and the executive session has been concluded. Will all participants in the executive session please state their names for the record? Val Carr,
We're
I don't know. Mayor Pro Tem Labar,
Hillary Labar.
Kelly Case.
Jim Paff.
Rusty Neal.
Robert Zuluaga.
Alfieri.
Dan Leclerc.
Michael Lawson.
thank you. If any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of many matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I ask that you state your concerns now. Hearing none, the next agenda item is a motion, please.
I move that we authorize the mayor to engage in the contract discussed during the meeting.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Suzanne,
The second, was that you, Councilmember Neal?
it was.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Paff,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We will now go into executive session 2. So I need a motion for that, please.
Well, I
Anybody?
move that we go pursuant to CRS section 24.6.402.4EI for determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, and the following purposes are provided for identification purposes, DDA development agreement negotiations regarding Midland Station.
Thank you. Second,
I'll second it.
that's Mr. Zuluaga.
Okay. Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Say it louder and again.
Yes.
Carr.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Here we go. Oh, nope, yes. We're ready to go, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
let's leave.
Let's leave. Leave meeting.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a little more coffee while the mayor shows up.
Has the mayor surfaced? Okay, we're trying to contact him.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Every time you put something in front of you, it turns into like this outer space blue screen with like stars and stuff. It looks like a galaxy.
Is it, do you see it right now, right here?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Like I have, that's actually a reflection of our chandelier lights off of the
Yes.
Yeah.
print.
Yeah. When you pick up a bottle of water, though, it looks like you're drinking the galaxy.
Yeah, it does. Is the can green? Is the can green?
That's Canada.
It is.
Ah.
Canada Dry.
Canada Dry.
Ginger ale. Although I wish it were something else. By the end of this meeting, it may be something else, but
Yeah, heck yeah.
So just so council knows, we are public right now.
yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the halo is for the public's edification.
Well, if I sit like this, it looks I've got ears on my head. With the lamps behind me.
And I saw that light, and it's very irritating to me because when I look at myself, I see it also. I hadn't noticed the effects of that, but
I'm always waiting for Jim to get so excited that he rocks right out of his rocker.
Careful, don't hurt yourself.
Yeah. It does allow one to expend some pent up energy. That's for sure.
Are you outside?
I am. I enjoy being
Looks cool.
outside.
You look cold. Where are you? Are you here?
Actually, no, I'm in Indiana for some doctor stuff that Myra had to do.
I see. I was
So
gonna say it didn't look like, I don't know what that is behind you. Somebody's got some Christmas lights or something on an archway, but
we own a house in Indiana that we've owned for years and years, and actually since 1998, and we've never gotten rid of it. So that's what that. Our niece lives in the house. We just happen to be here temporarily. She has a doctor in Indiana she trusts on certain things, so we're taking care of it.
Rob,
it's not quite as cold there as it is here.
It's cold.
Yeah.
Rob, I need you to host me, please. I lost my internet, folks. That's why it took me so long to get back. All right. Thank you. I hope everybody took a break. Does anybody need to take a break at this point?
I think we've had a break enough, it seems.
All right. Where are we? Okay.
Well, some of us are in Woodland Park.
All right, I guess we're ready to go get back. Do we have everybody? It looks like we do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sounds like everybody. All right. Am I on mute? Nope. All right. Sorry, I'm frazzled, losing the internet and all that. The time is now 7:06 p.m. and the executive session has been concluded. Will all participants in the executive session please state their names for the record? Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
Hillary LaBarre.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Stephanie Alfieri.
Councilmember Case.
Here. I mean, yes, Kelly Case, I was present.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Rusty Neal, I was present.
Councilmember Paff.
Jim Paff, I was present.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Robert Zuluaga, I was present.
Val Carr, I was present. Michael Lawson.
Michael Lawson, I was present.
I don't see Sally on here, but.
I was present, Mayor Suzanne Leclerc.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And Sally Riley is someplace. There she
I
is.
need to promote her. Sorry, 1 second. Let me see if I can promote her to panelist where she can be able to sit.
I got her up.
Oops.
Sally, were you in the executive session?
Unmute.
Yes, Mayor, this is Sally Riley. I was in the executive session as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. This is clumsy for all of us. I apologize, but we're doing the best we can. Let's see, what else?
Val, did you
Tanner.
ask about Tanner Coy being an exec? I may have missed that.
I'll put him up there. Tanner Coy, were you in the executive session?
He's not.
Unmute. Tanner, you're muted. Tanner, you're muted. There you
Mayor Carr, as the city clerk and the record keeper, I can state in fact that Tanner Coy was present during the executive session.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If any person who participated in executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of opening meetings law, I ask that you can state your concerns now.
I don't know exactly how to state it, but it's something to the effect that Councilmember Neal tried to bring something up. There was discrepancy about it, the protocol appropriateness of it, and the mayor reined the meeting in to get us back on topic.
Yes, sorry, that's probably inappropriate, but thank you. We will, that was all discussed in executive session and should have stayed there. So here we are, we're back in the public meeting. And where's my agenda? And we're at ceremonies, presentations, and appointments. Suzanne, do you want to introduce this?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. As council will see, item 3B has been taken off the agenda. That is being postponed until a later date. The county commissioners would like to see and be with the council in person. So we're going to wait on that. The next item is Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Annual Report, and we have Charlie Estes with us, who will be doing the presentation. I see Charlie as a panelist.
Charlie was saying he doesn't have any sound.
I'm going to fix that right now, I think. Charlie, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just unmuted. Just now gave me the opportunity to do that. Can you all hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay.
And Mayor, I would like to share the screen with the annual report that Charlie will be speaking about.
Thank you very much. Charlie, you're up. We have a screen that's showing the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful report in front of us, and you have the floor.
Okay. I just wanted to say it was a privilege, to work with all these people this summer. Although, COVID, I guess, put kind of a damper on it, we still were able to go out on cleanup day and go out on Creek Week. And I had a blast painting sheds with Jan and I believe Susan and Rose also. It's pretty self-explanatory there. I do believe that on the 28th, well, I'm kind of losing everybody. Can you still hear me?
We hear you fine.
Yeah, we picked up quite a bit of trash on that day. I think that weight estimate of 120 pounds is probably a little light. I picked up 7 bags myself, and they were probably 35, 40 pounds a piece. So I don't know, does anybody have any questions?
Council, questions?
I would just like to thank him and all of the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful group for their volunteerism and everything they do for the community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise, I've been part of that group off and on for years, and they do a wonderful job. And I'm happy that they keep on trucking, and I love their gardens. You know, in this COVID environment, we have certainly outdoors activities are great. Anybody else on council? I don't see any hands raised. Charlie, I appreciate you giving your report, and welcome to the City Council dais.
Well, thank you very much. Like I say, I had a good time doing every bit of it. Jan and Susan and Sally and everybody's been a lot of fun. I can't wait to get back out and do it again.
All right, very good. Without further ado, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you. We're on additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda. And council, I want to discuss with you availability for the next council meeting. Our next council meeting is normally the 17th. And I wanted to see how many are available for the 17th. That's my first question. I am Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
I should be, but we have a very interesting flight schedule with my husband lately because he was making arrangements to be home for Christmas. So he is all over the place. So I should be.
Understand. Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Yes, I am.
Councilmember Case.
Yes, I can be available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
I just checked, I should be. I do have one personal action going on, but I don't think it, I think I'll have enough flexibility to be able to attend.
Okay, well, certainly if you've got something that's higher priority, just holler. Councilmember Paff.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
I'm available.
Well, it sounds like everybody's available on the 17th. So one of our items later on is ordinances for second reading, and we will assume that we'll do those on the 17th at this time. I will go around and ask one more time if people are available on the 10th, just as a backup in case, although Suzanne has to post it right away, so the 17th is really our primary goal here. And since everybody's on the 17th, I guess we'll just go with that. It doesn't make much sense to find a secondary when we've got a primary. The consent calendar. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor Carr. This evening on the consent calendar, we have two sets of minutes, the minutes from the November 16th special city council meeting and the minutes from the November 19th regular city council meeting. And then we have a tabled item from the last council meeting, the October 2020 statement of expenditures.
Thank you. I hope Robert got all his questions. I'm sorry, Councilmember Zuluaga got all his questions answered, and we're ready to proceed with the consent calendar.
A point of information, Val?
Please.
How is it handled where there were a couple of us that were not here for the November 16th, but we were for the November 19th? Since they're on the same line, I mean, I can vote to approve the November 19th and 5B, but I have no knowledge. So how is that handled, please?
Suzanne, would you like to separate those?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you, Councilmember Neal.
Councilmember Alfieri.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I think we run into this every time. How is it handled for me to approve minutes when I was not currently sitting on council for those minutes?
Typically what happens in the past is you would just abstain from that vote.
So I'm gonna propose a motion to approve the minutes of the November 16th, 2020 special council meeting. So we're going to separate these into three motions, and that's my motion.
I'll second the motion to separate them into 3 separate.
And then, so the first motion would be to approve the minutes of November 16th, 2020. Do we have a second?
I will second it.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay, if you weren't there, if you can just say abstain when I call your name, that would be great.
May we have some discussion on that before we vote, please?
Yes.
Certainly.
Thank you. I just would like to make a point of record that I believe that that meeting did not have a quorum. That meeting should, by proper process and just reasonableness, should have been adjourned and not happened. And so I just want that on the record that was basically, in my opinion, an illegal meeting, and just want that on the record. Thank you. And I will be abstaining from the vote.
If I may just say something, Councilmember Case, if you do read the minutes, I do state that there was not a quorum and that it went from a special meeting into a work session.
Okay,
It's
thank you,
listed,
Suzanne. I appreciate that.
thank you.
You can call me, by the way, I would prefer to be referred to as Kelly. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Labar,
Abstain from the 16th.
Neal,
Abstain from the 16th.
Path,
Jim, you're frozen.
Jim, you're on mute.
You're on mute then.
We need to hear from you. Yes or no?
This is on the November 16th. Do you
Yes.
approve the,
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Abstain.
Carr,
Yes.
Case.
Abstain.
Okay, so these, the 16th minutes have not been approved because we only have 3 voting on this issue. But I believe, we can ask Jason, I believe it's a moot point because as I state in the minutes, I started out as special meeting, but then I turned it into a work session. But I just wanted the public to have that on the record, what happened that evening. So I think it's a moot point with these, but I'll check with Jason.
Yeah,
Thank you, Suzanne.
I agree with you. I'm sure that's the case. I'm going to make a motion to approve the November 19th, 2020 regular city council meeting minutes.
I'll second it.
Suzanne?
Okay. Neal,
Approve. Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Abstain.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion carries 5 voting yes.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the October 2020 statement of expenditures and authorize the mayor to sign warrants and payment thereof.
Robert, you want to do that one because you have the questions?
No, I'm actually going to vote no on it because with all of this technical stuff, all of my notes that I made on the PDF, I cannot bring it up right now. So,
Okay, I'll
If you wanna-
second. Yeah, I'll second it and then we can go into the voting. Robert, thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay. Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
no.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We will now go into public comment on items not on the agenda. I will look for raised hands on the attendees. I don't see any. Oh, there's one. Nancy Stannard, you have the floor.
Nancy, you're on mute.
There she goes. Nancy, once again, you have the floor. You raise your hand and you have a few minutes with your public comments, please. Okay.
So maybe Nancy, if you can't hear, or we can't hear you, maybe you could put that in the chat and the mayor could see that way with your challenge with the Zoom.
I will go to, yes, please do that. Thank you for the suggestion.
You're welcome. Sometimes it's tough.
It is. This is really strange for all of us, and I appreciate everybody who's working through this with us. I thought I saw Bob Volpe's hand up, but I don't see it up anymore.
No, it's not.
All right, I don't see anything in the Q&A, so I'm going to move on to unfinished business. And that is going to be presented by Sally Riley to approve the Logan Simpson Professional Services contract to complete the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Update and Land Use Code Review. And she probably needs, yes, she needs to be allowed to.
Thank you, Mayor Carr.
Thank you.
I apologize for my technical difficulties earlier this evening, but yes, this is an item that was tabled, the Logan Simpson contract from July 16th. And this evening, we are Planning Commission and staff encourage you to approve this contract for all the reasons that are stated in the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions. If you would like me to share the contract, I can do that as well if you have specific questions about the scope of work and our standard professional services contract.
I think in talking with you, there's a page 7 that's a proposed schedule that's changed. I think that's the only significant change. I don't know if you're able to share that from your screen or not. If not, the council had this in the packet. It's page 7 of the pack of this particular section. But it basically, are you able to share your screen? I can't tell.
Yes, no, I have not been elevated to a panelist.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm unable.
Let me do that. There you go. I apologize. We're struggling with this. I think you're up now. Yes, you're on.
Muted.
There you go.
I believe Sally's muted, or Sally, you might unmute. Make sure you're unmuted.
So 2 more pages down, I think, is what I was talking about. But yeah, there you go. That graph.
There. And now I'm unmuted. Yes. So the primary change in the scope of work is to kick off the comprehensive plan update in January. And you can see the 15 various tasks that will take us through the summer and into the fall.
Thank you. Council, any preliminary questions, additional questions for our planning director regarding this topic?
Yeah, just one question for Sally.
Yes.
Sally, I didn't spend hardly any time looking at it. Were there any changes made to the, other than this proposed schedule? Is the language that we had previously seen months ago the same language?
Yes, it is the same language.
Okay, then would we perhaps, depending on the vote, I don't want to waste my time, I don't want to waste your time. Depending on the vote, if it does move forward, would we be able to go in and maybe tweak the language just a little bit where I could apply, what I had offered to do months ago that we haven't done because we didn't know the status of it moving forward? Would we still be able to get together and tweak it, Mayor Carr?
Yes, we can certainly tweak.
With the planning director's permission, I think we have authorization there.
Okay, then I'll get with Sally depending on how the vote goes. Thank you, Mayor Carr.
Sure. That would not be a normal procedure, but in this case, I think it's useful with your background.
Thank you.
Well, and I think that, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but I think that as long as it's not substantive changes, then the council's approval would stand. And I'm sure Sally and Rusty that nothing substantive really is in question.
Agreed. I would make no substantive changes to the contract, just tweak the words so it's a little bit more protective for the, for both parties, actually.
Thank you. Any other further questions, Council?
I have one.
There you go, please.
I actually have no problem with Sally and Councilmember Neal getting together, but I would prefer to be able to review their changes before approving the document.
That sounds like a reasonable request to me.
Absolutely.
And
Yes.
however, on a side note though, if it's going to be voted down, then I don't want to waste any of their time. I support the plan, but I don't want to waste anyone's personal or private time. So I don't know how we address that issue ahead of time. Maybe have a discussion about the intent.
Well, I would suggest that we put it to the 17th meeting to address that. And on the other hand, yes, I'm with you. I understand exactly what you're talking about. Let's.
Mayor Carr, if I could.
Yes, please.
I apologize for
our
my
city.
tardiness.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get to a stable internet connection, but I guess my suggestion would be to answer the question of whether or not we're going to proceed all together with this comp plan process. Perhaps the motion for this evening would be directing staff to finalize a contract to approve at the next meeting. And so that way we can know whether or not this is going to move forward. And then that'll give us a couple of weeks to finalize the language changes that Councilmember Neal is talking about and bring it back for approval of the actual contract on the 17th.
I vote yes.
I'm not allowed to make motions, so.
No, I know. That sounds appropriate to me. Council, any problem with that?
I have no problem with that.
Okay, I'd like to hear a motion to do exactly that, please.
So I'll make a motion to direct staff to continue with the comprehensive plan to have it available for review on December 17th. Is that appropriate?
For final consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will second that. Suzanne.
Zuluaga,
No.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Jim, you're on mute.
Path.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have ordinances on initial posting. And we discussed that the dates will be changed in this. We can do minor tweaks to this, of course, between initial posting and final hearing, which will be set for December 17th. Because of some of the prior meetings, I'm going to go through a list, which I sent to everybody, one at a time, and see where we have some consensus on different items and or not before we go to final hearing on this. And so the first item I'm going to talk about is grouping the elected officials as one miscellaneous group with notations. It's item 100-105-3335, characterized as operating expenses miscellaneous, which has now been reduced to 22.5. And I would ask to see if we have consensus on moving forward with that. And so therefore, I'll go around the room with Mayor Pro Tem Labar. Or we'll have, I tell you what, we'll have discussion first and then we'll talk about consensus or not.
That would be fine. I'm going to let other people discuss at the moment. I was looking for my list that you sent.
Yeah, Val, give us a second. I'm trying to pull up that email.
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Please.
In many other areas in the budget, you all have been wanting more and more detail and more transparency and line items in which to be more transparent. I do not agree with this. I think that we have just a few line items in the council's budget, and I think that the detail provides good information and transparency, and so I won't support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri, do you have any comments?
I have no comments at this time.
Val, I'm not sure I understood Kelly's objection. Could we go back just a second?
Her objection was we used to have more detail with very few items, and now it's a grouping because there's a whole bunch of items in there without a specificity as to exactly how much.
If I might clarify my statement, the line items are categorizations of expenditures, and they provide for proper classifications of expenses. And to group them into one line item puts everything, whether it's travel, whether it's mileage, whether it's training, whether it's food, whatever it is, into one line item. And I think that defeats the purpose and the overall theme of this budget. The accounting system, as Mr. Carr has mentioned several times, has the ability to provide a level of detail that if questions come up and any of us want to know what was spent where and when and how and why, it's really easy to capture in those line items. And that's the purpose of the accounting system, is to have proper classification and description. And so to conglomerate them into one line is not to my liking and defeats the purpose of the accounting system.
Mayor Carr, I'm having trouble finding the document that you're referencing, so it's not in our packet tonight. Is that correct?
It's an email that I sent out several days ago. I read verbatim what the subject was. I can repeat that if you would like.
Please do. Yeah, please do.
Group the elected officials as one miscellaneous group with notations. 100-105-3335, operating expenses miscellaneous, which has now been reduced from 25,000 down to 22.5 to assist in other things later. Councilmember Paff, you're next on the, you have any discussion or not?
I don't.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
No.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
So I think that because the the, staff and their departments are line itemed pretty much as they can be. I think that councils should as well, especially because we're the elected officials. I don't think that there should be any grouping. That's just my personal opinion.
Part of the reason for it is there's a potential of about 20 different things in here, none of which have a category for. The intent is, of course, anything that left over is put to reserve. But the initial allocations was almost all of that money for travel, which is preposterous because we're in Zoom land. But that's just one thing. Councilmember Neal, I saw your hand up.
Well, here, let me make sure I'm on. Okay, my mute is off. Okay. I bounced over to the actual budget and I'm looking at it where we have the 6 notes. And I guess because there are some sizable things like the Woodland Park Main Street contribution to Woodland Park Main Street, 501c3, that just appears somewhere in that 22.5. So it's not broken out so that you can understand what amount of that 22.5 that note number 4 makes up. So I guess I would like to see it broken out to the 6 areas that we have as notes for better accounting. And again, this goes back to what Elijah Murphy was asking for, was better accountability and tracking. And I think we've lost it on this particular line item. So I do agree with Councilmember Case.
I might chime in here. Is in the Main Street item under the ACM budget?
Yes, it is correct. All right, I'm going to ask for a consensus on proceeding with that proposition to reduce that down to 22.5 in the operating expenses miscellaneous. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre?
Excuse me. Can we still I've had my hand up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I sense that I'm sorry, but this council needs to be held to the same accountability as department heads and as operations within the city. And if you're going to conceal, I think you have been preaching, all of you, all of us, I should say, not you. All of us have been preaching more transparency, more accountability. You've been asking for line items and line items and line items in this budget. And to do that, I believe conceals, and I don't believe that it's the right thing to do. And therefore I'm saying no. And I want the public to hear that.
I would very much like to recommend that at some future council meeting that we move to put the entire checkbook of the city online.
It is online.
Then what's your problem?
My problem is that we don't get to see the detail if there are not line items, because you have to request that out of the accounting system.
So you're saying that the current accounting.
I'm not going to argue with you, sir. I'm telling you my position.
I'm speaking to the issue and I will continue to do so. So what you are saying then is the amount or the information that's online is not specified detail to each account, not just accounting item, but also to each expenditure in the checkbook. Is that what you're saying?
Sure is online. Yes, sir.
So I
checkbook is.
I think at this stage, then that is not a problem of transparency. It's right there for anyone to search and know. So I think what we're doing in a budget is laying out what the scope of expenditures are for various areas of the budget. It's an authorization of spending. And therefore, since we have the entire checkbook online, there's not a transparency issue. Whatever expenditure made will be available to everyone. And I think it's important for people to know that in the public as well, too.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, one more point.
Please.
I'd like to know why. I'd just like to know why.
So if you'll note,
department in this budget has specific line items, and as an accountant for 24 years for the public sector, Classification of expenditure by proper description is absolutely proper accounting procedure. And I absolutely, and I appreciate my fellow council member that hear my message, absolutely inappropriate to not categorize expenditures in the budget, in the accounting system, and in the financial statements. And so I adamantly oppose this.
So numbers 1 through 6 is what's specified. It's actually numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. 4 is down
That
below.
means nothing to the public, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm still speaking. The specificity is laid out right there. It's supplies, pins, awards, other council-related costs, meetings, mileage, meals, training, travel, deer awareness signage, other council consultants, dais, electronic voting, etc. So all the purposes are laid out there. And when we do our accounts payable every month, every check is shown there. I'm simply talking about putting this into this amount of 22.5 into an allocation that is all of those things.
And Mr. Mayor, you did not, all of you did not like subsidiary ledgers in other departments and in other functions, but now it's okay in the council. So I think that you are talking out of both sides of your mouth, just for the record. No offense, and it's not meant to be derogatory. I'm just pointing it out. Thank you.
Thank you for the disparaging remarks, and
You're welcome.
I will stand on all the other notes that have been added by the fine work of the finance department to help us.
Thank you. They're not disparaging, it's the truth. But
I
thank you.
will move to.
May I speak? May I speak?
I think we've done enough discussion on this.
I have a point of order then.
Good.
Mr. Pat.
I have a council member here, as I'm describing my thoughts on the issue, attempted to verbally, out of order, shut down what I was saying, and yet she uses the terminology that is disparaging, but tries to qualify it by saying she didn't mean to be disparaging, but the content was disparaging. And I think that we need to dispense with the team game playing so that we can focus on the substance of what we're trying to get done with this budget. She makes a point that is valid in as she sees it, and therefore valid in terms of discussion. But we cannot tolerate a continuation of making disparaging comments, attempting to say that they're not meant to be while they are in content. I mean, let's move to the discussion of the issues. You made your point, Councilmember Case, and that's fine.
Thank you.
It's notable, and we've discussed the content of it, but let's dispense with the disparaging remarks and of an ad hominem nature, and let's just stick to the issues at hand.
Thank you, Mr. Paff. I'll challenge you to the same thing going forward.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Neal has had his hand up patiently through this entire time.
Yes, I was about to call on him. Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilmember Paff, thank you for the correction on note 4. I didn't have my glasses on. Yes, I did misread that one. That is true. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So I would request that we break out the 5 categories underneath that, so we know what goes into each one of those. But number 4 is incorrectly stated. I incorrectly stated that, and I was corrected by Mr. Papp. Thank you. You are correct.
The consensus I'm looking for is to give staff direction to proceed with page 7 of the general fund expenditures for elected officials. I will go around the room and ask yay or nay. Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
I'm going to go with no.
Okay. Councilmember Alfieri.
Could you say it again, Ms. Alfieri?
Oh, I haven't said anything yet.
Oh.
I'm fine with the change from the 25,000 to 22,500. If some council members desire it to be broken out, I'm fine with that too, either way.
Mayor, I apologize. I'd like to clarify, I'm perfectly fine with the amount, just not the description.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Case.
I am all right with the amount, but I do not agree with the consolidation.
Councilmember Neal.
Agree with the amount. I would like to see the breakdown with the 5 subcategories.
Councilmember Paff.
I am fine with a breakout, but if that would cause us to delay a first posting, then I oppose it. It can always be well clarified at other times, and I think it's potentially just a picky issue that does not remove transparency for the public ultimately, who can trace these expenditures easily. If it doesn't hurt first posting, then I'm fine with breaking it out. I don't think it's quite the issue it's been made of in terms of how simple it is to fix and clarify. But if it harms us being able to do first posting tonight, then no, I would not support it.
So you support it as I stated, or which way do you want to go?
I think I support it as you stated, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Be more clear.
I support it as I stated, but I will go with the finance people and see what we can do about breaking it out further. We can make those changes. We'll go with the amount and certainly see what we can do on breaking it out. The problem is there's about 20 things in here, and that might be a problem for them, but I'll work with them.
Yeah, just the 4 categories, I'm sorry, the 5 categories is adequate. That level of detail that you have listed as the notes would be sufficient for me as a council member.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment. I just want to clarify, there's not a member of this council who in any way has any concerns with making sure that everything is very clear. Anyone that would say otherwise, I think, is entirely missing the point. And this type of thing is very easily fixable. I have no problem with the concern expressed by Councilmember Case, but the manner of it has been entirely unnecessary, as furthering this discussion has only extended it for no good reason. Every member of this council is all for more transparency.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to move on to the next one. We've got 6 of these. Councilmember Neal, do you have something very quick?
Well, yeah, just Jim, I am only concerned with seeing what the amounts are, because I think you saw in the budget discussions going past, I kept trying to sharpen the pencil on certain line items. Travel and training was one I attacked over and over again. So that's what I wanted to see. So to your point, some of what you said is valid. I'm not going to track it. I just want to see what, if we can refine it better. That's what I'm always looking to do, is tweak it tiny bits.
I totally agree with your concern. I'm just not interested in delaying the process any further. This particular issue, when things can be clarified at any future date in any way that anyone would like. And I'm sure that we'd be more than willing as a council to produce some document as a resolution to make it clear sometime in the future. It's just a very simple thing that we're bickering over, it seems, for no good reason. I'm not saying you are, Rusty, but that we're bickering over for no good reason. We can definitely do these things. And if we've missed something, fine. We just need to move along with this budget. I think we got it really close to where we want it to be, and then, we can move forward.
Okay. All right. Number 2 is adjust the mill levy rate to 15 points.
Mayor Carr, you didn't ask me what I thought about
it. I beg your pardon. That's right. You're next. What's your consensus?
Well, I just want to say, I looked up the word disparage, and it says to reduce in esteem or rank. I feel totally disparaged by the expertise of one of our council members who uses it as a club over the rest of us. And I have to say, you've totally confused me with the tone and the tenor of your comments. So for myself, I felt you not only disparaged me, but you disparaged council about how we're approaching the budget. And I'm scratching my head going, why are you doing that?
So,
And so now that I go to this issue, it doesn't look like it's terribly complicated. We're reducing the amount of money that we're allocating to city council by about $2,500. And we're breaking it out into a few categories. I'm not sure why we've got so hostile about this.
Mr. Zulaga, I apologize. It was not hostile. It was meant to be factual, and I apologize if I confused you. And
You demeaned me and you disparaged me, and I'm
I did
letting
not,
you
sir.
know. I'm
I
letting
did
you
not
know.
speak to you, sir.
I believe it's my turn to speak, and I'm expressing my sentiment about this issue, and I think it's getting bogged down in things that are just really dishonoring. And I think it's clouded what we're trying to accomplish here. I think the 22.5 is a fine number for us to allocate for miscellaneous expenses, and broken out into the 5 categories is not a big deal.
it is a big deal if you consider how much you put in each of those pots. That's a huge deal.
Because then we have to go back for appropriation or changing of the use of it. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's
No.
just deciding how much. We had 21.5 last year for training. We used 1,000 this next year. So I'm going to get with the finance people and we'll do the best we can with the breakout. I'm going to move on to number 2, which is adjust the mill levy rate to 15.750. We'll have a larger discussion later about that, but I'm looking for, because we will have a long discussion later in the agenda about that. I'm just going to ask consensus opinion right now, just basic yes or no. And I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
Your Honor, could I interject just briefly in the way of process so council understands how these decisions affect the future first reading? I know Councilmember Paff doesn't want to belabor the process. So can I take a second?
Please.
So the intent here is so that we can understand as staff as to what the wishes are of council. When it comes to the first reading, I would anticipate that the motion would include adjustments to the ordinance and budget as discussed in this time, so that council comes through these items piece by piece. I get our marching orders. And so as far as pushing forward on first reading, to Councilmember Paff's concern of continuing to move forward, we can still do that as we get consensus or not consensus as we move through these. We'll have our orders as staff based off of the motion on first reading to incorporate this discussion into that. So I just wanted to make it clear that we can still push forward tonight. We're just trying to get clarification as to what pushing forward looks like. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity, and I'll go back to being quiet.
Thank you for well stating what I was trying to say. Thank you very much. So we're back to yay or nay on adjust the mill levy rate to 15.750. Understanding we're going to have a longer discussion later on. And I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
I will gladly give you a simple no and wait for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Yay?
That was a yay?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't understand. Councilmember Case.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
No until further conversation, because I think there are 2 options on the table.
We'll do all that later. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Paff.
Yes.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yes, and I look forward to the discussion.
And I will vote yes, so that consensus is clear, and we will have discussion later on. Number 3 is DDA minor modifications to not handcuff them from operating. And there are A through F, which is 21, 15, 710, 221 DDA beautification at $2,000. And you can see all this in your budget document, by the way. The that's been updated by the finance department. B is 215-710-3200, which is professional services at 5,000. C is 215-710-3700, information technology services at $350. And D is 215-710-5400, advertising and legal notices at $150. And 215-710-5800, training and travel at $500. And F is 215-710-6100, supplies at $250. So that grouping is the minor allocations to put them back in an operating position. Once again, I'll go around the room and have people chip in. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
Well, Mayor Carr, this is where I think, based on our executive session, that the point of information should come up, where I have my questions for 3 council members.
Be very careful, because I will halt it if I see anything close to what I put up in the screen.
Yeah, I understand. And I was trying to be very, very careful in how I worded it. So I wrote it down so it's identical questions. I'll start with Councilmember Alfieri, and then I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, and then Councilmember Case. And why don't you let me read the question and then pause, so that if you feel it's inappropriate, but it's something that a lot of people have asked. Here it goes. Ms. Alfieri, do you have any disclosures about your personal relationship with the treasurer of the DDA, Tanner Coy, which might influence or be perceived as influencing your vote on DDA matters?
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. We do not interject personal situations here. We have all kinds of personal situations in the whole entire council. And I think it's very inappropriate. There's no conflict of interest because there's no financial interest in the DDA. Tanner Coy gets no money from this. None of us get any money from this. And so the conflict of interest is the only question. And
well, no, it has to do with discussions, Val. It has to do with how much weight we council members give to Ms. Alfieri's questions and points, and whether she chooses to recuse herself on select items. That's all I'm trying to get established. Ms. LaBarre has a last name, so there's a personal relationship with her father-in-law that causes recusals appropriately. I challenged Mr. LaBarre on a board of adjustments, so that would warrant a recusal possibility. So if a council member it would be the same as if my wife were the treasurer of the DDA and came forward and asked for a budgetary increase, and I would not have preconceived notions to possibly support that. I think it's a very valid question. I'm trying to be very.
Let me make a point of order here. Listen, your example of your relationship with your wife as she was a treasurer is irrelevant to a decision on recusal unless you've got a fiduciary interest in her decision making. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre appropriately recuses herself, but not merely on the personal basis, and she has no need to on a personal basis and having a last name. Her need to recuse herself is connected to her personal perception of how a potential financial interest or a perception of a financial interest would be there. There's no personal need to. If she wants to recuse herself on that basis, she may. There's no requirement to do so. The need to recuse oneself is entirely founded upon the personal perception of the person and the potential for outward perception. It's not a matter of, do we as council members think someone ought to recuse themselves? We may make that case. We may make it in a public forum, but there's no requirement in terms of the business of this council to determine that anyone should recuse themselves. You can say it, I guess, if you want to in this situation. But I mean, you and I have personal relationship items that go one way or the other. And that doesn't cause us to recuse from one another's moves here on the council. These personal issues, anyone can recuse themselves on a personal issue if they feel it's necessary and useful, and particularly if they feel the political perception could be a concern. I believe, and this is my point of order, Rusty, that you are in your question attempting to make a political statement related to a personal relationship, not trying to find a sincere and useful basis of recusal when you are questioning Councilmember Alfieri. And I take personal offense to it, and I believe it is not substantive to the issue at hand. And you should be called out for that. This is entirely inappropriate for you to ask a council member if they have a personal relationship that would cause them to need to recuse themselves. It's inappropriate, and to be candid, it if not entirely, it runs very close to council rules related to personal attacks on others.
Jim, I patiently.
And you would know,
listened-
Mr.
Yeah,
Paff.
hold on, Kelly, let me respond. Councilmember Paff, I respectfully listen to you. I do respectfully disagree with you. I think it's very germane knowing whether you have a personal relationship with the treasurer when we had a consensus, 6 council members had a consensus on a budget line item that when Ms. Alfieri came on board, that changed. So what caused this to change? Okay, Jim, we can agree to disagree.
But my point of order is it appropriate for you to bring it up in this particular venue? And I say it is inappropriate to bring it up. You may bring it up in any venue that you wish. We're trying to do business here. And this is not the place where you try to mute or change a person's vote by intimidating them or in any attempted intimidation.
Jim, this is
anyway in the midst of this. This is not an appropriate place for you to bring up the particular question that you brought up. If you have information about a fiduciary connection that it comes up here, then this might be an appropriate place to do this, but not to bring up personal items. I think it's inappropriate for anyone to bring up Councilmember Labar's personal relationships as it could relate to anything here on council. It's entirely inappropriate. She is an adult and is capable of determining when that may be a concern. And in every case where she has deemed that that is so, she has recused herself. We have not in this council taken time to try to embarrass her or confront her or call her out for any of that, nor should we. She is an adult and capable of figuring out what those issues are, and she has done so in an appropriate manner. This is not the place or a venue, and I'm repeating, this is a point of order. This is not the place or the venue of adjudicating personal relationships unless you can show me a financial connection where someone is sincerely potentially neglecting the effect that that might have on this council. I think that's a place for some other venue. Write an op-ed, talk on YouTube or Facebook or whatever you want to do. But this is not the place for that. And it's a point of order that I'm calling to the chair.
I recognize your point of order.
Well, it is an official point of order. I've spoken to the chair, Rusty.
He has talked over me over and over. All I would like to do is, for the record.
All right, Jason, you're up.
All right. I don't want to, I know Councilmember Alfieri had her hand up. I don't want to step on your toes. I just want to make sure the council's aware of kind of what the legal standard is for recusal. And it's, Councilmember Paff kind of alluded to this to some degree. It is when there's a financial connection, and to my understanding at this point, Mr. Coy does not receive any compensation from the city in any way, shape, or form for his volunteer service at the DDA. So it wouldn't be a legal conflict of interest. I would caveat the only other time that it might be an issue is in a quasi-judicial sense, where there is a property right involved of an individual and a council member might not have a financial stake, but there could be a potential conflict if a council member couldn't approach a quasi-judicial situation without being able, with an open mind and completely unbiased. So those would be the issues. So that's the legal standard, and I don't know Want me to add anything additionally or?
Thank you for weighing in. I'm going to go around the room now and terminate with that point of order and ask once again to have a up or down on those minor DDA allocations. And I'm hopeful everybody has them in front of them now. They are in the budget document that Emily has put out for us. And I read them out, and I'm hoping everybody at this point has had them in front of them. Let's see, do I have to do something here? There. So my question, starting around the room, is are you in favor of these minor reallocations of these monies? 2,000 for beautification, 5,000 professional services, all DDA related. 350 for information technology services, 150 for advertising and legal notices, 500 for training and travel, and 250 for supplies. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
I see Councilmember Case had her hand up. I don't know if.
I'll wait till he gets to me. Hillary, you go ahead.
Okay. So I don't know if there's going to be any discussion on these items since I believe it already has a consensus. But there are numbers I do not support and numbers I do support.
Let's see, next up is Councilmember Alfieri.
Yes, I am in favor on them based on the discussion that we had on these items on the 16th.
Thank you. Councilmember Case.
Actually,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
can I interrupt real quick?
Sure.
The discussion held on November 16th was not procedural, so you cannot reference that meeting.
Thank you, Hillary. I just would like to point out that, gosh, I've lost track now, but I believe it was either the last meeting in October or the first meeting in November, that there was a consensus of the full council that and that the line items that we discussed in the DDA budget would be reduced to zero. And the one line item that we wanted to reserve for comment and more clarification from the DDA Board of Directors was legal services. And I have seen nothing or heard nothing with regards to that line item. And I believe there was consensus at that time that that's what we wanted to hear about and have yet to hear. So I don't support any of this. I mean, the minor things that keep them operating, like their website and those smaller items, I don't take issue with at all. And it's not that I take issue. I just think that those seem to be reasonable. However, as I said before, the Woodland Station improvements, if we do have a viable project going forward and we have some documentation to that effect, I'm sure that all of us would agree that we would support that and fund that. There are reserves, and these funds would go into reserves, and they're very easily accessed by approval of council. And I remember asking for details on legal services and have not heard a word. So I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Well, contrary to what you probably think, with me trying to get the information previously discussed, based on what I learned in the executive session, I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Paff.
My response is similar to Councilmember Neal's. I quite reluctantly do so because I am very concerned about where we go with DDA, but there are serious reasons for me to change my mind and provisionally support this, just to give them flexibility.
Remember, I'm talking about the minor stuff. The big one, the development thing is next. That's number
Yeah,
4.
the minor stuff, I don't think I had any concern with. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about all the line items is what I
Nope.
thought I heard you say.
Nope, I
So the
broke
minor
that
stuff, I'm fine. I didn't have a problem with legal services. I wanted clarification like Councilmember Case, but that was never my biggest concern. So I'm fine with that. I apologize for misunderstanding where you're going.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
I'm fine with all of these, and I want to remind you that at the time when these were proposed, I specifically said that I would like to see the DDA present to council, and that was done so in a work session. Not everyone attended to, but certainly it's recorded. So those discussions were made, and I'm fine with all of these, Mayor Carr.
Thank you, and I'm fine with them. We have a consensus on that for the finance folks. The next one is the DDA allocation to allow the pursuit of Woodland Station development. This is what we talked about in executive session. It's line item 215-719-7400 called Woodland Station Improvements, and it's $30,000. I'm certainly open for discussion, and then I'll ask once again to go around after the discussion. Anybody want to discuss that further? Seeing none, I'll go around the room. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, yes or no?
I'd just like to remind all council that at a work session with no quorum, there is no consensus. And even though someone gave a presentation, it is not legally to be referred to. So you guys need to brush up on your rules if you don't mind. And my answer is no, thank you.
So just to be clear, the city attorney and I reviewed exactly that, and that's why we're going through these things in an official meeting. And that's exactly why we're doing these things, and to exactly to your point. So I appreciate you stating
I
that,
appreciate
and that's why
that.
we're doing this.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Alfieri,
Yes.
that's a yes. You're breaking
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Councilmember Case,
No.
Councilmember Neal.
Based on what I learned in the executive session, yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Paff.
Reluctantly with Councilmember Neal, I'm a yes. Got a short leash in my mind, but it's a yes for now.
Yeah, and perhaps I was a little too quick in answer. Jim is correct. I have a very low tolerance on this short leash, but based on what we did learn, I'm reluctantly agreeing to support this one at this point in time.
Thank you. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yes.
And I will vote yes with the same caveat that I'm interested in this thing moving forward. That will be consensus to the finance people for that. The next item is number 5 on that list, which is 100-199-2090, which is the visitor center funding reduced to $20,000. And we will rebid, reevaluate, and award in 2021. You all saw the email from the staff. So we're reducing it down to $20,000, and I will ask if there's any discussion. Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll go around the room again. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Neal.
I had heard that the one proposal where we had a free half year has been removed from the table. We do not have that at this point in time.
I have no information on any proposal myself, so you have more information than I do. I've intentionally stayed out of it myself, so I have no idea of any proposals myself.
I thought this came up in the last council, the actual council meeting.
Not that I'm aware of, but
okay. All right, thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, up or down? $20,000. We're reducing the visitor center funding for next year to $20,000.
Well, I would rather have discussion from staff with how that affects the ability to continue with a visitor center. Seeing that I don't know whether we got RFPs. I don't know anything about it. I know the chamber offered to do it for free for half the year. So does that mean we're not doing a visitor center at all?
No, it means we got a couple emails on this, and the recommendation was to rebid it based on this new number.
I'm at point of order, Mayor. I caution us to be careful about any discussions that may have been had in executive committee.
Yeah, because I thought we had received some information in the executive session. Jim is right.
I wasn't present, I don't believe. Was that from last meeting?
You know, this was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
I've been in all the meetings and I don't recall anything, but I would also caution us to not paint ourselves into a corner. I see Darren is popped up, and if you'd like to speak, please feel free to do it. And then Councilmember Case.
Thank you,
Mayor,
Mr.
I'll just answer the question. I mean, as it stands, the $42,800 that was originally budgeted for the visitor center, 99% of it was used towards advertising and marketing. So just the reduction just reduces the amount of money that we go towards marketing for the city and those amenities.
so
I am sorry, I did not hear what you said. Could you repeat it?
I said as it was budgeted and has been used over the history of the visitor center, about 99% of all funds budgeted towards the visitor center have been used towards marketing and advertising for the city and like the amenities, lodging, and so forth for tourism and just the amenities in general. So any reduction would potentially reduce the ability for us to go out and purchase that type of, or whoever would be doing it, to purchase the same amount of advertising and marketing that's been purchased in the past. Does that make sense, Councilmember Neal?
I think it does. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Councilmember Case, you had your hand up.
Yes, what I'd like to know is that if we're reducing the budget to that amount and we're going to go into next year and re-advertise for an RFP, in the meantime, are we on hold with the visitor center? Will the contract that's in place continue until we make a change? What does that look like?
I notified staff well before the advancement of the deadline to terminate, and I assume they did that in a timely fashion, so it will terminate on July 1st.
And Mr. Mayor, did you have the authority to do that?
I asked them to examine the contract, which with that problem that we've run into before, and anybody can request that.
Mayor, just a correction. You said July 1st. I think you meant December 31st.
I think I said January 1st, but yes,
Okay.
as of December 31st, it's over. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
So if 99% went to advertising, then would we put 20,000 towards a visitor center and reserve that remainder back towards the city to be able to advertise for our town, and the city would then be responsible for it? Or how would we put ourselves out there in the media, I guess, so to speak?
The visitor center expenditures have never been made public. There's speculation on what things are being spent on, but $20,000 in a COVID environment was proposed as a reasonable amount. I understand that there may be all the operational characteristics of the visitor center are certainly doable under that, I've heard. And I think that the rest would be, as you say, normal visitor center, not economic development, not PR for the city, but straight visitor center. And because it's an RFP, we get to find that out. We, the city, gets to find that out, what the best bids out there talk about, the best proposals talk about as far as how they're going to use those funds. That's my understanding.
Sure, I'm just not aware that we even received any viable RFPs, period. And I'm just curious as to how council then would intend to promote our city. So with a budget that's cut to that amount. So thanks.
And Mayor, if I could, to address Councilmember Case's concern.
Please.
As I recall it at the meeting several months ago, where council directed staff to move forward with the RFP, a part of that was to cancel the current contract to provide notice so that it would terminate. So that was done at the meeting at that time. I don't recall exactly the date. They kind of all blur together, but that was something that was discussed and decided as the council.
Yes,
Thank you, Jason.
I remember specifically requesting that in a public meeting myself. I also followed up later to ask if it had been done in a private email, a city email. But you are correct. I made that request. I recall that.
Mayor Carr, I'll just confirm that that did occur.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who's next? Councilmember Neal. Any comments?
I strongly would like to cause the visitor center, Main Street to be self-sufficient. So trying to be fiscally conservative. If the mill levy goes through, the mill levy reduction goes through, we got to make up money someplace. This would be a place there that I would support a reduction from the 42 down to the 20. I had at one time heard down to 0. Val, when you and I had talked, but you had assured me that it wasn't 0. So I'm okay with the 20,000 at this point in time.
Thank you. Councilmember Paff, any discussion before we go around and try to get a consensus or not?
Clarification for Councilmember Neal, this is the visitor center budget, not the Main Street budget, but
correct.
So,
I'd heard at one point in time that the visitor center could be reduced down to 0.
no, I know, you're right about that. People had suggested it, but my point is that you mentioned Main Street, so.
Well, if I said Main Street, well, I said Main Street's a different thing, but the visitor center, I'm comfortable coming down to the 20,000 on that.
We'll make sure. I just want and for public clarification too. But anyway, no, I'm fine with the 20K right now.
So, Councilmember Zuluaga, your discussion.
Well, I want to remind us that 5-1, we decided we wanted to have the visitor center looked at with a new RFP issued. And so that was issued. None of us know what the findings were and who submitted what on that. But my sense on this, and I am the one who suggested this budget be 0, but not be 0 because I don't want us to be promoting tourism and visitors in our city, but because I think that there's a need to reassess the direction that it's going. And COVID has been a great opportunity to put it on pause and do a reset there. And so my comment about this is I'd like to see us put, my alternative to this would be to put an allocation of funds, whether that's $42,800 or $20,000 into, and I don't know how you do it, but an unallocated fund. And at some point, when we have something that's a viable contract that is really moving us forward in the right direction in terms of visitors and tourism, then make an allocation for that. But I don't want to hold up the budget process in any way with that idea. So as far as I'm concerned, 20,000 is a workable number for now. And from the exchange of emails we've had from the current city manager and the up and coming acting city manager, I think we're going to see some progress here. So for now, I'm fine with it.
Okay, I'm going to go around the room once more and do a consensus up or down on visitor center funding for 2021 at 20,000. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Case.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Paff.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes, so that's a consensus for the finance folks to hard code in there. The last item is number 6 on that list, and it's 100-116-8802, which is Main Street funding changed to $5,000. This Main Street has reserves of over $20,000, and this $5,000 will cover both the 2021 and 2022 program manager salary. That's a comment, but basically the discussion is changing Main Street funding to $5,000 per Councilmember Neal's. The finance folks, the staff has done heroic jobs in trying to find places, and this is one of our discretionary areas that we talked about. I'll go around the room once again for discussion to start with, and then after that, we'll see where we want to go. Mayor Pro Tem Labar, any discussion?
So I feel like I already negotiated this for 4 months and we had consensus in the past, and now it all got shifted and changed. And I still stand where I stood previously. I'm not changing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri, any comments?
No comments. I'm okay with how it is.
Councilmember Case, comments?
I have to agree with Ms. Labar. A lot of this stuff we're talking about this evening, we have spent months on this budget and suddenly we're revisiting all of these things. We had consensus and I stick by that consensus. Thank you.
I will remind the public that we now have 7 people on council instead of 6. Councilmember Neal.
Yeah, and to that point, the 7th council member who I had hoped would recuse herself from this particular line item, I'm a no if it goes below 12. 12 is the number that when I met with Lori would cover the executive director salary, and I think that's appropriate. Making them tap into the reserves is not the right direction to have a reasonable transition from this year to the future. I think next year it should be 5 and then wean down to nothing eventually. But this year I stair-stepped approach of bringing it down to 12, I thought would have been reasonable. I'd asked you to consider that. It came out as 5, so I'm a no on the 5.
Councilmember Paff.
I'm compromising up to 5, but I will note that there was an attempt to get a full accounting of Main Street that was very limited in scope and not detailed to my satisfaction. And I think full disclosure and transparency is necessary with them. The reserves are not going to harm them. It's totally appropriate and they will be fully funded using those reserves this next year, and it'll give them an opportunity to make a better case next year as to what their future plans are. So I am with the 5.
Councilmember Zuluaga, any comments?
Well, I just want to say that I have struggled with this as the liaison with Main Street. I initially came in at a recommendation of $20,000. I've since let that all sift and sort in my own mind, and speaking with a number of our members in the community, and I think this is a viable number, and encouraging Main Street to develop self-funding programs. This allows them to do that, and I think we're going to see next year how that's gone. So I'm good with this for now.
Thank you. I'll go around the room and up or down on the $5,000 for Main Street funding. We heard from Mayor Pro Tem Labar, but I will ask again. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Yes, and if I could just make a quick response to Councilman Neal's comments. Again, you're suggesting that I recuse myself from this, but that would require some sort of conflict of interest, which we have already covered once tonight, that there is no financial or monetary gain for me on this topic. So again, this seems to be an accusation that keeps being leveled against me without really understanding the definition or basis for a conflict of interest. So if you see it differently, please explain.
It's the perception, Ms. Alfieri. It's the
Yes,
perception.
absolutely.
It's purely a perception. And whether you agree with it being reality or not is irrelevant. We represent the citizens. The citizens go by what they perceive is proper. And when they know that you were voted off for, it wasn't unethical conduct. And I want to clarify the citizens because
I want to caution you at this point. This is getting into an area that's not part of what we're doing. So I'm going to stop it right there.
Yeah, it was only improper. It's minor improper, and Val and I talked about it being blown out of proportion. But it's a perception. That's it, Stephanie. Is
Okay,
a perception.
so where is the perception of monetary gain? Because that is what a conflict of interest is.
Ms. Labar has her hand up.
Yes, she does. I was waiting for somebody to terminate. I'm well aware she's got her hand up. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
I'm going to happily clarify this for everyone because I am the council member most familiar with the legal and actual reasoning behind recusing yourself. Yes, it is fiduciary, but it is also stated in the same sentence as appearance. It is fiduciary and appearance of impropriety. So if for any reason there is any type of appearance of impropriety, it is recommended that you recuse yourself. It is not just fiduciary. If it were only fiduciary, I would never recuse myself from any council hearing. Councilmember Neal actually wanted to do a petition of recall for my name because he thought that it was improper if I sat through anything until he learned the rules. He learned the rules and understood why I do or why I don't recuse myself. So Stephanie, I'm not saying whether you should or shouldn't do anything. I just want to clarify for everyone. Yes, it is fiduciary, and Councilmember Path alluded to it as well. It is also the appearance of impropriety. So if you want to keep a clean slate with all of your constituents, if at any time you think that a constituent could see the negative of you voting on the topic, then it's probably proper that you recuse yourself. Now that's wholly in your judgment and up to you. So again, I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do. I always want to say, Stephanie, I'm sorry, Councilmember Alfieri.
Totally fine.
But that is the reality, that and it's getting misconstrued, and Councilmember Neal's getting attacked for it. But the reality is, it is appearance of impropriety and also fiduciary. Fiduciary is certainly legal, but it is all in one sentence. So whether whoever wants to recuse themselves or not, just for all of you, put that in the back of your mind. So if you've got a relationship with someone, if you've got a dealing with someone, if you're at somebody's house every Christmas and other voters know, and you think they might have a problem with it, then it's not a bad idea to just recuse yourself from the voting. That's all I have to say about it. I just wanted to clear it up because I'm tired of hearing it. Thank you.
So let's just make it very clear. This is remind ourselves that this is a matter that the individual makes on their own. This is the standard, not only for
Jim, I agree
members
with
of a judicial body, but also members of an elected body. And the fact that and the attacks, so-called, although I wouldn't quite call them that, are there because these forums can sometimes be used for the purpose in a more public forum of bringing out things that don't need to be brought out, and it's an impropriety even of itself. I would maintain that the very fact that we are having this discussion is
I'm just clarifying what the rules are.
Jim, I'm just reading the paragraph from the CML's guide on what a conflict of interest is, and the definition that it has to be for fiduciary gain is not correct. It's very clear that if you have a personal or private interest in the matter, There's a private, there's a personal.
But you
Exclusion
have
of
to
a
move on from
discretionary
this topic.
matter.
It is wholly
Okay,
up to
I'm
Ms.
done.
Alfieri if she wants to recuse herself or not. It's her decision, and it is her appearance that she takes upon herself, not us.
Absolutely.
Leave it at that. Thank you.
Again, but I would maintain that this very discussion.
Please, Mr.
is putting
Mayor.
an appearance on it too. And that needs to stop in this council. And by the way, it very well, we're not even talking only about a recusal issue here. We're talking about a matter of council rules. And the fact that we continue to repeat this matter in this forum right now is improper because it is putting a certain light on someone that is unnecessary.
Listen,
The
as a
person who's
Librarian, it gets put on
responsible
me
on
constantly.
their own
For
accord to
3
make a
years, I've been
decision.
asked to recuse myself from a
Mr. Mayor,
number
can we move on, please?
by a
Point of
number
order.
council
Can we
members.
move
So I
on,
get it.
please?
And that's what I'm asking to
Thank
do.
you, Kelly. I'm trying to hit the button, but I can't get it hit. I'm sorry.
Hillary has made a great point, and I thank you very much. We all don't need to be corrected by Mr. Paff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we move on?
So my count is one for one yes for Alfieri, two for opposed for Labar and Case. I think we're on Neal, Councilmember Neal.
On this one, I'm a no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Paff.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yes.
And I will vote yes also. That's 4, and we will move on to the regular business. We've covered the items that were under controversy per the city attorney and I, in agreement with actually getting public input on these from council. And so we'll go directly to consider on initial posting ordinance number 1386 series 2020. And we'll have Emily, the finance director. If I don't see her on right now, does she need to be promoted?
She's on there.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Sorry, I'm on. I'm just walking
Caught her right in the
upstairs.
middle of-
Sorry. So included, well, actually, so this is for the ordinance that I just have updated. I emailed you all the updated version that does include these changes. So, and then in the packet was the original. It did have these included as well. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. I'll remind us, we're on initial posting. I think you have clarification from what we just did for the last, I don't know, 45 minutes or so. In concurring with that, I'll remind council that we have available tweaks in between initial posting and final reading. And council, any questions for the finance director? All right, hearing none. I don't see.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Paff.
Okay, I move that we approve ordinance number 1386 series 2020, an ordinance appropriating sums of money, to the various funds in the amounts and for the purpose as set forth below for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado for the 2021 budget year for General Fund 100, and set the public hearing for December 10th, 2020. And I would add to the motion that we also accept the additions and changes as we directed city staff during public discussion tonight.
Point of order, or not order, information, whatever. Councilmember Pfaff, I'm happy to second it. However, the date that is set for hearing is the 17th.
I apologize. The hearing for December 17th. I meant to do that. I just misread it.
I'm going to back us off just a little bit. We kind of got premature. I need to open this up for public comment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I don't see anybody who's raised their hand for public comment. Oh, there we go. Tony Perry. I'm trying to get you so you can speak here. Tony Perry had his hand up for a second. There you go.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Tony, if you would introduce yourself and your municipality, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, and I guess I want to make sure that I'm at the proper point to discuss what I want to discuss. So Tony Perry, 330 Ponderosa Court, Woodland Park, Colorado 80863. I will also give my business address of 710 West US Highway 24, Woodland Park, Colorado 80863. So I've been listening to the entire meeting, and you brought up item 215-79-7400, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to discuss that or if it's the next item.
It would be the next one, which is the B item.
Okay, well, I'll wait for that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it'll be the next item, 8B. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And excuse me, I just wanted to clarify, I sent out the updated version of the ordinances with the December 17th date earlier this evening. So you do have that in your email.
Yeah, our agenda doesn't reflect that, so we'll make sure that they coincide. Thank you. I see no more hands up for public comment, so I'm going to close public comment, and then Councilmember Paff, if you'd like to repeat your motion.
Okay, I move that we approve ordinance number 1386, series 2020, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amounts and for the purpose as set forth below, for and including changes that were recommended to staff for updating for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado for the 2021 budget year for General Fund 100, and set the public hearing for December 17th, 2020.
I apologize. Councilmember Neal had his hand up, and I didn't spot it in time before the motion.
No, thank you for getting back to me. I was able to pull up the document again to make sure which paragraph, the Main Street fund line, that is a general fund 100 line item. So I know how I want to vote on A and B. Thank you for coming back to me, Mayor Carr.
Thank you. I'll second Councilmember Paff's motion. Suzanne?
Thank you. Alfieri,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
You're
Case.
on mute.
No.
Labar,
I don't agree to the changes, no.
Neal,
No.
Paff,
Yes.
Zulawaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you. We will now consider 8B, which is consider on initial posting ordinance number 1387, series 2020, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to various funds. These are all the funds except the general fund, and set the public hearing for December 17th. Presenter, Finance Director Emily, please go ahead.
So as well, this ordinance was also updated and sent via email earlier this evening. So you have it in your email, but it does include all of the changes as discussed. I know we discussed the DDA was part of this, so part of this ordinance. The general fund, of course, where we talked about Main Street Visitor Center, some of those other changes was the previous, and just wanted to clarify that. So if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Council, questions for our Finance Director at this time? Seeing none, I will ask for public comment, and I will recognize Tony Perry again, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
we can. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
Mr. Mayor, Council, it's been a while, I think, since I've really come before you. It's Tony Perry, 330 Ponderosa Court, Woodland Park, and my business address, 710 West US Highway 24. And this is an issue that I think is germane to the budget discussion. First, I would like to say to the council, I'm thankful that this council recognizes its responsibility for oversight of the DDA. That hasn't necessarily been clear in the past, and so I appreciate that very much. Also, I'm here to make an argument for the council to not support the pursuit of a developer with funds outlined in 215-79-7400. And so in that vein of making that argument and trying to be as succinct as possible, because it feels like this is going to go till midnight, I will just read my statement into the record. I'll also, for the benefit of the council, send it to Ms. Leclerc later tonight so that you can actually read what I have to say if it's hard to hear.
Thank you, sir. You've got about 2.5 minutes left. You were 5 minutes. Hopefully that's enough. Thank you.
Actually, I'm watching the timer. I think we're a little short, but that's okay. So first, if the DDA feels it has discretionary funds, those funds should be allocated for additional pay down of debt to Vector Bank in the city of Woodland Park. Second, the council should replace the current DDA and sit as the DDA board. The council is closer to the people versus a group of current business owners in the district who proudly flaunt their conflicts of interest. Third, council should mothball DDA operations and collect taxes in order to pay down the Vector and City of Woodland Park debt as expeditiously as possible, recognizing the DDA life cycle will most likely need to be extended to do so. Fourth, the DDA should expect that a developer for the property will eventually emerge with a project supported by the free market. If the council finds it's necessary or prudent to pursue, it could convene as a DDA board to entertain reasonable offers and only participate in the best interest of the community in supporting any developer. The DDA, by its very nature, flies against free market economics and government involvement in areas it should not tread. There have been good businesses that took advantage of TIF funds and were certainly smart to tap into the program, but most of the businesses were strong enough that TIF funds were not the deciding factor. I would argue a business model that relies on TIF funds to be viable is not viable. The DDA was started to circumvent our city charter's ban against the city providing funds to businesses and developers for economic development. The primary driver and first chairman of the DDA was the developer and former owner of the property that Natural Grocers sits on today, along with former city manager Mark Fitzgerald, who left the town shortly after laying this rotten egg. If you do your research across the country, DDAs are notorious for finding themselves in lawsuits. In fact, California, a state that rejoices in giving away taxpayer monies, outright banned DDAs. DDAs typically emerge in bigger city environments where graft and corruption are commonplace. Unfortunately, our citizen volunteer board did not exercise good judgment and breached the agreement with a developer and spent in excess of $600,000 of our tax dollars. The DDA has never acknowledged they lost the lawsuit. In fact, they argue they saved by not giving away the land to the developer and saved the day. In fact, the DDA has never come right out and told us how much they spent on their two attorneys in the judgment. A point of fact, I attended every day of the trial on my personal time as a citizen to discover the true facts of the case. I personally pledged tonight $1,000 towards raising the funds to have the trial transcribed so that it could be fully disclosed to the community. My assessment of the trial is that I'm embarrassed for our DDA board and for our community. A senior judge made it clear in his ruling that the DDA lost the lawsuit. Equally egregious, the DDA board encouraged Natural Grocers to apply to be added to the district when behind the scenes there is email evidence that they had no intention of ever giving Natural Grocers a TIF deal. Natural Grocers did not need a TIF deal as the economics made sense. I'm embarrassed that the DDA board acted in bad faith and caused Natural Grocers to pause and walk out angry when they were told no after being led to believe yes. Including Natural Grocers in the district and not providing the TIF deal, the DDA increased the coffers and reduced monies that would have gone to city, fire department, ambulance district, and other entities. This comment is directed to our current DDA liaison, Councilman Zuloaga. Please have a discussion with the past 2 or 3 city council representatives to the DDA. They too showed initial exuberance in supporting this quasi-governmental entity known as the DDA. They supported the DDA until they started seeing, hearing, and experiencing the inconsistencies and lack of transparency. In fact, today they are more of some of the harshest DDA critics. No more smoke and mirrors. The rationale and business owners and citizens in the community find the DDA to be the worst representation of government we have in this community. By the way, all these statements can be supported with documentation. If any council member wants to discuss or ask for more information, I'll be happy to do so. Finally, as CEO of a business in the DDA district, whose TIF delta was approximately $5 million, who did not ask for a TIF deal in 2003 when we built our building, which is we have been most likely the highest cumulative contributor to the DDA pot of gold. I say enough is enough. Do not pursue the developer. Any reasonable developer that comes with a real deal will find a way to make it happen. We don't need to give them additional monies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I see no other hands up at this time, so I'm going to close public comment. And council, any further discussion or questions of Emily on 8B, which is all the other funds minus the general fund?
Mayor.
Councilmember Paff.
By the way, I want to say very clearly and explicitly that the substance of what Mr. Perry just said about DDAs conceptually and what they are as organizations is absolutely correct. It was founded to bypass city ordinance, and if it continues long term, it will only remain a moral hazard for future efforts to bypass the city charter. So I am firmly in support of what he says related to the nature and substance of what DDAs are, what TIF taxes are due in actuality, and it is it is substantively the worst thing we do in city government here. And I want to affirm for him that I'm fully in support of his concerns. My only reason for and putting a short leash on what's happening now is there have by direction of previous councils, sadly, a requirement on the DDA to develop this particular land. I see just a very slight line of distance between what the requirements of the land are and what the DDA as a whole is. And for me, I'm looking towards some solution by first quarter, or I'm not really going to put much patience past that unless there's something formative there. I also expressed and will publicly express my concerns that it is possible that any deal that we would do could be far more of a burden on this city than we would want to undertake. So I say that publicly as a concern as well. I feel we've already had some potentially, well, I think legally bad faith dealings in the past, and I want to change that around in this particular case by not acting in poor faith. And so I've got a very short leash on this, and it is my goal personally to substantively get to a place where we do not have a DDA anymore, and as quickly as possible so we can get rid of this moral hazard. As for this particular proposal, I'm in support of it at this time and have no questions for the finance director.
Thank you. Any other council comments before I entertain a motion? Councilmember Case.
Thank you. And I just want to thank Mr. Paff for his very eloquent comments. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. The only difference is that I can't support allocating any more monies towards this effort, because I've seen since 2001, I believe there have been 13 of these, and so much money spent that I just can't support it any longer. If there's something that's viable that comes forward that looks like it's probably going to make a difference, then I would love to have my mind changed. But I just can't do it. It's been done so long and so many times that you just have to stop the bleeding. And so I wholeheartedly agree with everything you just said, Mr. Paff. And I just have to acknowledge that we agree on something. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council? Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Perry for his comments. Councilmember Paff and Case, I agree with both of you. From the time that I have run, I have said I believe that DDAs are unconstitutional. I do not support a small group of bureaucrats that have control of taxpayer dollars, especially when it is to develop land and there's no requirement of knowledge or experience in doing that specific duty. So I never voted to support them. I still can't. And I won't give them a short leash. I choose to give them no leash. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank you for calling me out, Tony, and I'll be happy to sit down with you and talk about it further. From my position as the new liaison with the DDA, I recognize the failings and the flaws of its very workaround around the city. And I think I speak safely to say that the DDA is certainly willing and open to resolve the DDA, resolve it and dissolve it in an orderly manner. There's a few outstanding matters that need to be attended to. It's unfortunate that those individuals who set up the DDA for Woodland Park and whatever their interests were in making that happen, it's caused a lot of complications. There's a lot of complications surrounding the DDA, and I do want to speak in support of those who are on the board of it now to say that they have shown a track record, and they've shown us their financials over the last 5 years, that they have been responsible with the funds that they have, and they are doing the best under the parameters that we have assigned them as a city and according to their bylaws and their working documents. They're doing the best they can. There's some changes that could be made there depending on where we're going with this particular proposal that's before them now. So I just want to put an end to that. I do support us, the budget for the DDA in this cycle.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
I'd like to just say that I agree with everything that my fellow council members have said. I do not like the idea of DDAs either. I see them as a loophole around what government should not be doing, which is incentivizing business. Unfortunately, this is the position we find ourselves in due to decisions of not previous council, but voted in by the citizens, and we have to do the best that we can with it. We have what is quite possibly the most viable development that we've had in years. And so for that reason, to see that through at least till the end is something I'm willing to allow the DDA to spend a little bit of money on and see where that goes in the short term, as Councilmember Paft had said.
Thank you. My comments on this issue have been stated about 20 times, so I won't repeat them. DDA and Woodland Station, but I want to remind everybody that we're talking about an entire series of grants and or funds beyond just the DDA, which is a minor portion of this. But at this point, not seeing any further comment, I would entertain a motion on 8B.
Mayor Carr,
Yes.
there is a hand up from Ms. Levy.
I see it now. Yes. Sorry, Paul, I'm trying to get there. There we go.
She's
Paula,
still muted, Mayor.
Paula, if you would unmute, we could hear you and see you possibly. You have the chair. Paula, you're on mute, and if you'd like to, Paula, if you can't.
Mayor Carr, excuse me. Miss Levy, that was an error. There is no question or comment from her.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will now close the public comment section, and also we've had our say, and we'll entertain a motion at this point.
So I will entertain a motion. I'll make the motion that ordinance appropriating sums of money, ordinance number 1387, series 2020, and ordinance appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amounts and for the purposes set forth below for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado for the 2021 budget year for all funds except the general fund 100, and to be posted for a first reading on December 17th, 2020.
Very good. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
No.
Labar,
No.
Neal,
No.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you all. I'm going to give us a 10-minute break. We're at the 9 o'clock mark plus, and we're at our normal 2-hour break. And so I'll see you all in 10 minutes or so. Thank you. All right, if we can come back to order. Hello, anybody there?
I'm here. I just have to get my video back.
I'm here.
There we go.
All right, let's see. Jason's next. Or Jason, are you there?
I'm here. Yes.
Councilmember Paff, are you there? Councilmember Zuluaga, Councilmember Neal, Councilmember Alfieri.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Paff and Councilmember Zuluaga, I think, are the only missing ones.
I'm here.
All right. There we go. All right. I'll reconvene the meeting of the City Council of December, whatever it is, 3rd, I guess, at 9:20 on my clock. The next item on the agenda is public hearings, and this is is to approve an emergency ordinance number 1388. And I will let the city attorney describe what's up.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I guess first, from a procedural standpoint, an emergency ordinance is authorized in the charter when you have an immediate need to preserve life, property, or otherwise. In this particular instance, as you're aware, we had ordinance 1383 that was passed at the last council meeting a couple weeks ago. In that ordinance, there was a couple of definitions. There was a whole set of definitions, but two in particular defined what the code currently or previously had stated was a transient use of things, and it defined that to be 180 days for recreational vehicles and recreational park trailers. And so we had been working on, when I say we, the Planning Commission for several months, council had been deliberating on this issue, and as a result of that passing, we got some additional feedback that there might be some unintended consequences with these particular definitions. And as that ordinance is going into effect here very, very shortly, hence the emergency portion on this, to pause those particular definitions from taking effect so that the issues can be fully vetted and get additional information on how we can proceed legally to make sure that everything's done in the best way possible for the community. As the charter allows, an emergency ordinance can be passed, but it can only last for no more than 90 days. At this point, staff feels that's sufficient time to get the additional information so that council can look at this issue again and make a decision. If necessary, we can have a subsequent different ordinance that would go through the traditional process to either amend the code or to prolong the process, depending on the council's desires or needs as you see fit. So I'm available to answer questions, but the intent of this is specifically those two definitions that include 180-day use of recreational park trailers and recreational vehicles be suspended, and so that we can get additional information before this impact occurs in the community.
Thank you, sir. Council, questions for Jason, for our city attorney? Sorry. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
So can council go back and rework this zoning issue? I didn't support it in the first place. It's stripping people of their constitutional property rights. And clearly, I already had this discussion with Sally about this exact issue. I'd asked her what was going to happen to these people and these property owners. She had said that they could come forward and ask for a variance. And I said, then why can't they just ask for a variance from this entire zoning? And she said, well, they could, except for they didn't know. So I would really recommend that council just go back and do a take back on this. I think it's really inappropriate. But I fully support the moratorium on it, and I think the rest of you should too, and recognize that you have stripped rights away and you might want to consider giving them back.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Paff.
Yeah, the other issue with this particular ordinance, by the way, I've stated publicly and will repeat my belief that the existence of zoning is a fundamental undercutting of individual rights. But while it does exist, it also provides a problem with the fact and that relates to the specific issue that brought up this particular zoning ordinance to begin with, that certain companies, developers, people in business get a special advantage because of certain types of zoning. So I would love to know that there was political will in this community to get rid of zoning altogether so that we can forego these problems as they exist. I don't see that that's there now. So my support of the overall ordinance was to remove any particular advantage that certain people who've been operating under these rules have had, and so that we can at least put a little English on the situation for now. So I would love to see zoning go away in this city and anywhere in the country. I fundamentally disagree with it for the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre discusses related to property rights. But in this particular case, we're not there yet. So that's why I supported the ordinance to begin with. But this particular aspect of it, it's also an issue where we have always grandfathered in uses that had developed prior to zoning. I'm not of the opinion that legally that has changed in this particular instance on this aspect of the ordinance, but there are those who believe that that's the case. I've spoken with the city attorney about this, and it's his opinion that there's at least a question related to that, and he's looking into it. So I think it's useful to put this particular moratorium on this area of the ordinance because it's unclear. I think that though every business that's operating in a structure that goes against this particular change, that they should not be thrown out of the business model that they've created because of conditions that existed prior to the passage of this ordinance. I think we should do everything to protect them in what they have done up to this point. It would be irresponsible for any ordinance to take any previous way of doing business away from people at the whim of the council in changing circumstances. It should only be applicable to those things moving forward. I would not, I don't believe, be supportive of scrapping the entire ordinance, but I would absolutely be willing to scrap these particular provisions that this measure we're considering would hold off for 90 days. So that would frankly be the outcome that I would support. But nonetheless, we need to look at the legal matters of this and figure it out, because it's unexpectedly, I think to all of us, it seems, thrown this aspect of doing business in our town off. And these are responsible business owners who provide an excellent service in this community, and we should support them as we should support any other business. And again, I just reiterate, I'm all for if Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre thinks she and I can work together to get the political will in this town to do so, to get rid of all zoning ordinances, because I think that they are wrong to begin with. So
It wasn't unexpected, though. It was right there in the ordinance that you guys voted for. It was right there. And I met with Sally and discussed it, and she told me that the property owners would have to come and ask for a variance. That's part of why I didn't support it. It strips people's ability away to live in their home unless they can afford a $500,000 home. These are people that are living in RVs in campgrounds that have lived there for years. And now you guys created zoning that strips that away from them. And you all tout yourselves as constitutional conservatives. And then Paf, I agree with you about zoning, but I don't agree to get rid of all of it. I agree that there are some safety issues and reasons to have it. But this was a wholly unnecessary ordinance to pass. And I just wish that you all would have taken more time to better understand what you were voting for. And I think that it should be redone by us and take that out. If you all want single family removed from multifamily, that's one thing. But this ordinance was attached to that, and it strips people's ability to live in their homes, and it's wrong.
and I entirely agree with you, but I entirely disagree with whether it was ill-advised, because we have always grandfathered in previous use. So that was the reason that I think we all moved forward. That is in question now. I disagree with that conclusion, because I do believe that it is all grandfathered in, and I'm with you. We can strip this. I don't know that we have to dig too much on it. We both made our points, but I mean, I'm not trying to preclude you, but the reality is that that is the way it should stand, and we need to verify whether it does or not.
Any other further questions for the city attorney in presenting this moratorium for our consideration?
So yes, I have one for you, Jason. So I'm not quite clear in the discussions Councilman Pfaff has said here. Are you saying that you have a question in your mind that these would be grandfathered? And I'm just there. Jim's saying, yeah, they should be grandfathered assumptively, but you're saying there's some doubt that that's actually the way the law works. Can you just clarify that, please?
Sure. I don't want to get too far into the weeds from a legal opinion in a public setting, but I think it's appropriate to provide kind of the context. As I stated at the last meeting, it was not related to this particular issue, but to another potential use that might not be able to move forward, or at least would be more restricted with the public process for townhomes. But in this particular instance, you look at what was the rules and rights as they existed at the time the ordinance was passed. And the code has, for several decades, to my understanding, required these types of uses to be quote unquote transient, which would denote that there's some sort of limitation under the time frame of those, but it was never really defined in the code. And so that's the issue that I need to look into. Is I understand that these particular campsites / RV parks that we have in the community, I don't know exactly how old they are. I don't know exactly when the ordinance that created the transient definition or lack of definition was adopted and how it was applied. And so those are all the issues that I'm not clear on, and it's really difficult to find out in the short time frame that I had. This issue was brought to my attention on, I believe, Friday or Saturday, and so trying to make sure that we do this cognizant of what all of those moving parts mean. And I'm happy to provide additional information to council in an executive session for legal advice once I get some additional information as to what exactly has happened in the past 30 plus years and how we got to where we're at today. But simply put, to your point, is what is it that they're inheriting or grandfathering in is the rights that existed before this ordinance passed. And that's what I'm not clear as to what those are.
Thank you. Yeah, it was part of our discussions. We were in our deliberations, we were trying to avoid unintended consequences, and it looks like we landed straight in one in our face. So I apologize to the community for not seeing it.
Well, and I guess I've been at this in a number of years, and it happens. We do our very best to anticipate all these issues, and part of the reason this is in the ordinance to begin with, as I understand it, through the planning process or the planning commission process, was we had an issue with a loophole in the code, and part of the complaint that happened last year, and Councilmember Neal is highly aware of all those issues, as he was there for a lot of the Board of Adjustment hearings. Part of the concern was all of the definitions for what our code currently or had previously for mobile homes versus manufactured homes versus our recreational park trade. It wasn't really defined, and there was a lot of crossover. So part of the issues we were trying to fix moving forward was not just the single family use in a multifamily zone, but also understanding clearly what those definitions are and making sure that they're up to date with what the state standards are, so that developers in the future and citizens know exactly what the code requires and allows, so that there's not a lot of confusion. So that's part of why these definitions were there and why they were missed. It's unfortunate, but that's kind of, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing. And that's why I recommended this emergency ordinance, so that we can have a closer look at this particular issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Case.
Thank you. I'd like to just ask and point out that through some communication with Councilmember Stephanie Alfieri, that she actually communicated to me that she agreed with me on the portion of this ordinance, and I don't mean to belabor anything, but that another thing that just seems to be very hypocritical or confusing is the fact that those in the table of uses, those multifamily that are zoned for multifamily, why in the world would they be conditional? That just makes zero sense to me. And I know Stephanie because she reached out to me and agreed with that. And I can't see where you all get there. I get the single family in the multifamily, Rusty. I just can't imagine why in the world that would be conditional, because it's zoned for that. So I just have to make that statement again. It's one more time that those rights are being imposed upon by government when we're trying to get government out of the way with zoning regulations. So it's just very simple and logical from a reasonable person's perspective. And just not to belabor, but I just have to say that because I know Ms. Alfieri agreed with me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll remind council that this moratorium is the opportunity for us to have some work sessions, some clarification. It'll give our city attorney a chance to do more due diligence for us. And I think you're right. All of us have some future input on this, and I expect that we will absolutely be involved in that. And I will certainly, I don't know if demand is the right word, but I will push hard for us to revisit those things. But this is so we can knock off this unintended consequence and get more legal direction and maybe some better planning on at least a couple issues that we've talked about here.
Stephanie has her hand up. I'd love to hear what she has to say, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Stephanie, Councilmember Alfieri.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. You paraphrased quite well exactly what I expressed to you. And we did touch on the fact that of greatest concern to me was it appeared like we were adding further regulation into a number of other zoning areas that were not part of the initial issue that caused this to come forward. Councilmember Labar touched on it as well. Why are certain things that are innately allowed within a specific type of zone now considered a conditional use when by their general nature, they are encompassed within that zoning to begin with. And when I looked at it, unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to weigh in on it, of course, but when I looked at it, that was of concern to me. And I would definitely be open to going back and revisiting maybe some of the places where we were missed the mark on this ordinance originally.
So just before Jason weighs in here, I will remind council that this is a moratorium on only two aspects of it. I actually printed it out so I could refer to the thing, but it's only two clauses in there. So if we want to go past that, we will have to address that also. I would suggest that we might actually do that based on this conversation. But we've got two sections of this that are under consideration for moratorium. Councilmember Pat.
Yeah, the reason for that some of us supported the conditional use of this was because that kept the process a bit more open in the public, because conditional use permits are required for further public hearings when they are come into play. And so that was the reason for that. But I just want to reiterate what the mayor just said, that this is just for those two aspects of the ordinance. And if there's further discussion to be had, I mean, I'm open to listening to it in the future. But what we found out is happening here is some people who are already built their business models on the way things were could be irreparably, certainly in the short run, but possibly irreparably harmed by it. And so because there is a legal question on the issue, we need to resolve it. So I think it's appropriate to hit these two items.
Councilmember Case.
Yes, I'd like to ask the city attorney, Ms. Jason, could we expand this emergency ordinance or even have another that might suspend other provisions of this for further consideration? Meaning those conditional use items in the table of uses.
I guess the question I would throw out there, I'm not aware of any immediate pending irreparable damage with the definition change from conditional to from permitted to conditional. So I think it's loud and clear that council wants to look at that issue further as well, and you can certainly look at that as in this process of reviewing this issue and that issue. But the one that looked it to be that would cause the most immediate irreparable potential harm were these two definitions. And so that's why I limited it to those. But certainly council's free to look at the ordinances and how to amend and adjust them as necessary moving forward. And we can include that in the future process. But I'm not aware of anything that's with that change from permitted to conditional. You heard a little bit about that last meeting about a potential project that's in the works. And so hopefully we can get something resolved in that time frame for them. And if necessary, we could execute the process faster. The reason it would be an emergency is so that there's only this one reading and it goes into effect immediately, as opposed to a two-part ordinance as traditional. So we can still move pretty quickly if the council so desires to put a suspension on the other portions of the ordinance that you have concern with. But I would recommend that as they're not, don't rise to the same level of immediacy as this issue does, that we can address that at a future time if that's what council would like.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jason.
I would agree that we're really addressing a certain emergency ordinance, two clauses. And we're talking about a whole different thing, and we will certainly look at those things. Despite the fact we had consensus and went through them quite extensively before, we certainly can revisit anything, frankly.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification from Jason, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Neal.
Yeah, I just want to second the words that Councilmember Zuluaga said. I apologize to the citizens for the unintended consequences. When you're reading lots of material, your eyes sometimes glaze over or scan over something and you don't digest the ramifications of certain words or sentences. This happens to be the case, in my opinion, at least for myself. but I still owe the citizens an apology. So I like Robert. I'm sorry. And I'll try to
Well,
do a better job.
I will weigh in that one of the reasons that many of us supported putting conditionals in there is because we would have some checks and balances down the road for exactly situations like this, where we can correct mistakes we've made, or I don't want to call them mistakes, but miscalculations. And but with regard to this emergency ordinance, we're in the question to the presenter, which is Jason. I think we've saturated that. I'm going to go to public comment because we do have some commentary. First from David, whoever that is. David, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. And we know this David for sure. David, your name and municipality, and please feel free. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. David Buttery, Woodland Park. It's been some time since I've thought about emergency ordinances and the process associated with those. And I don't have an issue with this moratorium at all. But I'm curious, how much in advance of the public meeting must the emergency ordinance be provided to the public?
I do not know the answer to that, but I'll bet you our city attorney does.
So as with any agenda, at least 24 hours in advance.
Just for the protection of the council, I don't believe this ordinance in its verbiage was posted until 2 o'clock today. So just to avoid getting yourselves into some troubles, you might need to revisit that or confirm that. At least that's what when I was checking the agenda last night, I didn't see the verbiage attached to the agenda, and I didn't see it until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So just a heads up to prevent a problem in the process.
And I guess if I could clarify, if it's on the agenda is what the legal requirement is, so that the public's aware of what's coming. You can provide table files the day of or at the meeting. But I think your point is well taken, that we want as much advance notice as possible. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the way the process works of getting things onto the agenda, it takes time. And so we did the best that we could. But I believe that the agenda reflected this emergency ordinance within the 24-hour time period that's required.
Yeah, it certainly did. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Ivan. And if I get the button here, there we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'm Ivan Melhoff, the owner of Bristlecone Lodge, 510 Highway 67. I've owned this property for 17 years. And just for clarification, I know that Jeff Baldwin has owned his property, Woodland RV, 30 years. Now, I have to apologize. I have a voice condition, and I don't have a strong voice. And
You're fine. You're just fine. You go ahead.
As I lose it, I compensate now my internet connection's unstable.
No, you're fine. You're doing great. Just persist, sir. Your disability is noted, and we're highly attentive. Thank you.
So my will go up as I lose my voice, because that's the only way I can talk. So anyway, I am also a director, Colorado Campground Owners Association, which is a chapter of the National Campground and RV Park Owners Association. I have held this position for over 6 years. So, unintended consequences, it would help if you actually talked to somebody who was in the RV business when you made your rule. You might have learned something. I am very disappointed with the council for not notifying me or any of the other 2 RV park owners in Woodland Park. There's only 3 of us, not a big audience. So, consequences that I'm very upset about. The first one is this will destroy my business. And it will destroy Jeff Baldwin's business. I'm upset that you didn't have the courtesy to notify me or talk to me about changes to my business and definition of my business. Sorry. That you obfuscated the purpose of this change. And a quote right here, find definitions that are in alignment with the state definitions. Well, I went to the Colorado Campground Owners Association and I searched all the state statutes. There are no statutes that limitate the amount of time somebody can stay in an RV. So you're less aligned with the state statutes. One of the things I did find that was interesting is there is a state statute that classifies a campsite as a place of residence. Now, these state statutes reference the national standards for RVs. NCA 119.2, NCA 9.5, NFPA 1192. They all talk about RVs and define RVs. Well, the national standard that defines an RV park and a campground is NFPA 1194. 1194, penned in 2018, Annex DD 11 states the length of stay for a transient guest should be market driven and determined by the campground management, not by authorities' jurisdiction. Market driven, wonderful concept there. So now I can understand, having gone through this pain for the last 2 weeks, why you made these arbitraries to define an RV. But I want you to also consider the other people that are affected. Who are these transient guests? Well, there's a person that moves to the area because of a job, and they find out that it's not easy or quick to find a permanent home. So they bring their RV and they stay month to month with me. No commitment, 1 month at a time. They have pets in their family. Finding a house or an apartment with kids is not easy.
You have 2 more minutes, sir. If you wouldn't mind wrapping it up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, sure. These people put their kids in school, and you know what? If they can live as a family in an RV through a Woodland Park winter, they're the kind of people you want living in Woodland Park because they have good, solid family values. Can you legislate that they'll be able to find a place to live in 180 days? What about the people who are building a house? Do you know anybody who can build a house and move in 180 days? But the bulk of my customers are CARA students. They come here for a 2-year program and they can't find rentals that'll accommodate them for whatever reason. Some of them have families. So you're telling Karis you don't want their students to live in Woodland Park. Now, I watched these two meetings, and you didn't have one word of discussion on this. Last thing I want to say is you also put every business in Woodland Park on notice that you can now throw their business model out anytime you want without discussion and without notice. So that little phrase that you put in there, 180 day limit, that has more impact on the future and the characteristics of Woodland Park than the rest of this entire ordinance.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. We will take them under consideration. As we've stated, we sometimes have unintended consequences, but we do appreciate your input. Thank you. I will go to the next public speaker, which is Mike Nakai. If you could introduce yourself and your location, I'd appreciate it.
Mike Nakai, Woodland Park. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. First off, I guess I wanted to remind everyone that these changes have been listed multiple times over the last year in Planning Commission agendas, packets, and in council agendas and packets since this particular ordinance was postponed several times. It's not, I don't think it's a good excuse to think that this was a surprise that this text was in there. As far as its relativeness, I believe Jason already tried to explain once that part of the problems that we were quote unquote trying to solve were not just single family and multifamily zones, but how definitions were being interpreted. As a matter of fact, I presented to either the council or the BOA that particular project could have been interpreted in a completely different manner. It could have been interpreted as a mobile home park based on the definitions in the code at the time. So there was a lot of problems. The code had just gotten stale. Everyone admitted that and agreed that that was part of the changes that needed to be made. I want to advise you of what I believe is the primary concern that you as a council should be concerned with, and that's public safety. I think that is a primary government function. Like it or not, you guys have to make judgments on whether or not it's safe to put a shooting range next to a playground, whether it's safe to build a movie theater without sprinklers, and whether you're going to allow people to camp in tents in Memorial Park long term. Okay. So sometimes public safety falls on your shoulders, and that's just sometimes a hard decision you have to make. And it's a hard decision when it comes into the way people have been living their lives. The transient temporary definition has been in there for years, and it has just been chosen not to be enforced by previous administrations. So the biggest point I want you to consider is firefighter safety. I'm a former firefighter. I'm a former assistant fire chief. These RVs can range from anything that's, a Taj Mahal with plenty of room and great construction to something that a guy built on a chassis and parked it in one of these places. Okay. There's no standards. It's the wild, wild west. They're running off of propane. You have wiring that is made of various composites, and the whole thing is got how many miles on it. Your house does not run up and down the highway. Okay. This type of abuse of wiring and gas lines is something you have to consider. also is egress and spacings. I can't tell you how many RVs I've been in that I can assure you I could not get in and turn around with an air pack on. I certainly couldn't couldn't rescue a victim out of a burning RV with an air pack on with some of those tight spaces, tight doorways. Okay. You have to consider that your firefighters are going to be put at risk by this decision. It's not that like you can just tell the people in the campground, well, I'm not going to fight your fire because your building isn't code. If the firefighter walks up to that RV, it's on fire, and he hears a baby crying, he's going to go in. Okay. Please consider this in your decisions. Public safety, firefighter safety is part of what you need to is part of your job as far as I'm concerned. I think your deliberations should be along a line of what should the transition plan be, from not enforcing to enforcing. What's a fair grandfather plan? Maybe you grandfather the people that are already there, but new tenants can only go 180 days. This shouldn't be a big surprise because I believe these business owners know that transient temporary has been in the code from day one. And then as far as the other items that you're considering changing, just keep in mind that we have a moratorium that is about to expire. Okay, so if you're going back to change the code that you just passed 2 weeks ago, keep in mind that the moratorium is about to expire, I believe, in January. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. 5 minutes exactly. Excellent. Council, any final questions for Jason or any other comments before we go to a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
So I appreciate the comments that we heard by business owners and citizens alike. I really do appreciate them. But at the same time, my husband grew up in a trailer park with 5 siblings. And it's not my job as government to take that right away from you. Everybody needs a home. Everybody needs somewhere to live. And why should someone who can afford a $100,000 mobile home, who travels in it for the rest of their retired life, be able to have that privilege where a single mom with 5 children doesn't get the same privilege? So I appreciate the comments, but I fully support American citizens' ability and right to choose to live in the homes that they are able to afford to live in, and I will not be excluding any of those people from this community. So thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. I'll entertain a motion for emergency ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on 2 clauses.
I move that we approve ordinance number 1388, series 2020, an emergency ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the application of portions of ordinance 1383, series 2020, as they relate to the definitions of recreational park trailers and recreational vehicles.
I'll second.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you. Case?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Neal?
With an apology to the citizens up front and a vote of yes.
Path?
Yes.
Zulawaga?
Yes.
Alfieri?
Yes.
And Carr?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on, we are at new business. And the first item up is to approve resolution 868, certifying the mill levy for the 2021 budget year. And Emily, you can present with understanding we previously had a consensus on the 15.750, but you have a proposal for us. Please, Finance Director, please weigh in.
Thank you, Mayor Carr. So in your packet there are 2 options that are being presented tonight. So Exhibit A for Resolution 868 is a temporary reduction of the mills and bringing it down from 16.249 to 15.75 as previously discussed. And Exhibit B has a more permanent certification of tax levies at that 15.75 mils. And the reason that we wanted to present the two options is because if there is some sort of, economic collapse or any kind of emergency in the future, beyond 2021, the reduction in mills to 15.75 causes a structural budget deficit going forward. So the option with Exhibit A being temporary and for 1 year provides the relief that I think you all have been looking for and discussed. But then you can decide at budget time this time next year if you want to continue with 15.75 mils without having to go back to the voters. And I don't know if Jason or Darren want to provide any further clarifications or comments.
So just to clarify, you've got two options. You lobbied for A. Talk to us about Exhibit B.
So Exhibit B is the permanent reduction in mill levies to 15.75. And as I mentioned previously, the issue with that is that say there is an emergency or economic collapse, what have you, and we do need those funds. We need to raise the mills. We'd have to go back to the voters per Tabor. So it's essentially a permanent reduction until the voters would decide to bring that back up to 16.249 or whatever was being proposed to the voters.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the finance director?
Mayor, if I can, I'll just put, she asked, I'll provide a little bit of amplifying input on it. And then if you wouldn't mind, Jason did do the legal research on the Exhibit A. If you have questions for him, just to put that out there for any council that may want to ask him. But for what Emily said, it does give city council more flexibility. It's something you can extend next year if you determine that the economy next year is in good shape. Once we recover from COVID, you can make it permanent at that point. I think most council members here can't predict how the economy will recover from COVID next year. And so there's some uncertainty in terms of the economy. And so this gives council a little bit of, let's say, it gives them flexibility. One is permanent, one gives you more flexible options next year and achieves the same ends, same means, or same ends that you're trying to achieve in terms of providing relief to both residents and businesses under those circumstances. So I wouldn't call it lobbying. I would say it's just a staff recommendation based on our assessment of the economy and also some concerns with the uncertainty of what is likely coming from legislative changes or legislative fix from the repeal of Gallagher. So with those two combined issues, I would recommend, and Emily would recommend, that we consider the temporary tax credit option. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure Jason has anything to add, but if you do, feel free. If not,
Nothing further to add, Your Honor.
thank you. Okay, council. So discussion. I'll open it up with Councilmember Case.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to commend the staff for this option. I I don't believe, and I've said this many times, I've talked about a longer range plan of making a mill levy reduction that would be huge and meaningful to our citizens and taxpayers. In the longer run, Mr. Paff has talked about it, and so have I, about the possibility in the near future, because the lifetime of the DDA, whether it's their full life or a shorter life, gives the opportunity for all of our taxing jurisdictions in the community and in the county to come together and maybe all of us do something really meaningful that impacts the pocketbook more than $20 for an average homeowner. And so in light of being respectful of the intent of the mill levy reduction, this gives us, we have no idea what and when we're going to come out of this pandemic and what that looks like, both economically or health-wise, any of those things. We have no clue. We thought we were coming out of it, and we're looking at possibly going red next week. So I encourage the council to be, I understand the desire to give some relief to our taxpayers, and I couldn't agree more. But let's do it in a responsible way. Let's do this on a credit basis and give us some time to really analyze what the impacts are, not only of the reduction and Gallagher, as we know, because we don't know what that looks like yet, but how we're gonna come out of this situation that we're all in right now, and then entertain a more permanent thing. This affects what you're wanting to affect, and we can extend it next year, and then maybe even entertain making it something permanent, and maybe even more. We have all talked about the debt reduction we're trying to do. That's a huge undertaking, and we have made headway, and we're going to do even better as a group. I see that in all of you. It's a commitment that we've made. So let's do it responsibly. I encourage you to consider the permanency of a mill levy reduction until we know what our future looks like. It is so uncertain right now for all of us. So I'm not saying anything against anyone. I'm just asking you, let's take this one step at a time. And this is a way to do what you want to do and still have the opportunity to look at what it looks like coming out of what we're dealing with right now. So thank you for listening and considering our citizens and what the impacts might be. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Paff, I saw your hand up.
Yeah. Let's always keep in mind in everything we do when it relates to taxes, that taxes, let's just define taxes. Taxes comprises money that we take from the earnings of our citizens to do the functions that we decide to do in government. So the structural problems in any budget have to do with the spending, not the revenue. So a tax cut that is permanent, thank goodness for our taxpayer Bill of Rights. It does two things that are fundamentally necessary in governmental budgets. It requires any government entity to go to the people when they want more money. The second thing it does, and is probably the more critical thing that it does, is it requires every budget proposed by government to be balanced. That's maybe the greatest feature of the taxpayer's Bill of Rights. It's the most fundamental. I've had this discussion publicly with Governor Owens, who was a big proponent of Tabor back in the day. And everyone thinks it's on the tax end. It's really on the budget end. And the reason that's the critical aspect of Tabor is it puts a requirement on governments to think through, at least in a more substantive fashion than other states, how we determine the types of spending that we're going to do. It causes government entities to prioritize. What are the things that government should do, and what are the things that are unnecessary for government to do? But as it relates to this particular issue that we are considering today, and I will strictly oppose Exhibit A and I will firmly support Exhibit B, is that we are giving money back to the people that it belongs to. It is a modest amount, even in its long-term effects. It is a modest amount. $124,000-ish is a less than 10% of our current budget. And so what I think we need to make sure we hold ourselves responsible to as a city council is to look at how we spend our money, not the money that we gather up. We've got a lot more changes to make than this one moving forward in the future. So this will help us make better decisions. So if there ever is an emergency, I am certain, because in this state, we have consistently at the local level seen these proposed tax increases pass. The last major statewide Tabor required tax increase, well, actually money that we held was referendum C and D. Referendum C passed, referendum D failed back in the mid 2000s. And we were about to give a Tabor refund at that time that the voters of Colorado decided to keep in the hands of government. So the people are able to understand this very well if it ever really came to it, and they would be able to make an increase if it really came down to that. Now, I want to address Gallagher very quickly. The purpose of Gallagher was to increase taxes, not to decrease them. So the likely effects are on the upside, not on the downside. And the problem that caused the voters who voted to get rid of Gallagher, and I voted against that measure, but the reason that people voted for that, the argument was that businesses were disproportionately taxed as compared to private homeowners. And so the adjustments that are going to be made, though, and the actual purpose that proposal was put on the ballot was to get more taxes, not to get less, to give the freedom to give more taxes, not less. So we are not putting ourselves, obviously you take consideration of what the long-term effects are, but we are not putting ourselves in the least in a harmful situation by voting to permanently reduce these monies based upon the fact that it was so simple in a difficult budget season to find the money to be able to balance our budget according to Tabor with this proposal. We've done that. Yeah, we don't know what next year's going to bring, and we don't know ever what the future is going to bring. But what we do know is that every dollar in taxes that we receive as a government entity is the money that belongs to the people. And I believe that we are standing up for them by making certain that we start this process now, see every area where we can do it in the future as those conditions change. The question for the future is how much more can we do under future circumstances not what we're doing today. So this is a modest, unfortunately, far too modest step towards reinstituting our understanding that the hard work that our citizens do should belong to them as much as possible. And hopefully we'll be in a position in the future to do any more. This is a down payment on what we owe to the citizens in the future. So I'm supporting Exhibit B and firmly opposing Exhibit A.
Thank you for your comments. I will congratulate the staff and the council actually also for trimming things and aligning with Tabor in this very modest reduction to give the money back to the people, regardless of which permanent or temporary we decide to go. But I do want to mention that the staff did a great job. The city manager, the finance director, all the directors, the whole staff did a great job. Other comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
So I believe taxation is theft, and I want to support a mill reduction wholeheartedly. However, when I was elected, I worked with previous council and current council members on putting aside a certain amount of money to pay off a certain amount of debt in a certain amount of time to be able to give a gracious mill levy reduction. And to cut that all out now is cutting our nose off to spite our face. The other thing is, this is just a number that's just randomly been thrown out there. There's no plan. There's no knowledge of how it will impact anything. There's been no study. No one can give me that answer. I know exactly what it'll take from the city, but I don't know how it will impact the way the city is able to function. And I think that's irresponsible. The other thing I find hilarious is that almost every council member right here in this meeting has voted to raise fees on their citizens, significant fees, including water tap fees. Not only that, you've also voted to fine your citizens for feeding deer, significant amounts, $300 and some, but you want to give them a $19 refund on their property tax because why? It makes no sense to me. It is utterly hypocritical that you want to give back a little bit of taxpayer dollars to a significant impact to the way our city functions, perhaps, with no study, no implications given to me, no information even. And yet you want to keep billing them for their water, for fines, for other things. And it's completely hypocritical of all of you to want to do this right now. And especially when just a year ago, we set forth a plan to reduce the mill significantly within 5 years to perhaps 10 mills. And now you just want to piss it away and do these piddly little amounts. To what end? What significance? If you could give me a plan or a model or an answer other than just throwing out a random number, then maybe I could support it. But I'm not going to support something that gives back maybe $20 while you're still busy fining $300 and raising tap fees, water fees, other fees. I mean, none of this makes any sense to me. So if you want to be straight and you want to stay with one principle, don't charge people then. Stop increasing their fees. Stop fining them. But then you want to, I guess you just want it on your resume that you got a tax reduction. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm really frustrated with it. And especially you want to give a piss poor amount of a tax return when we have worked really hard with this current city manager to put money aside and earmark it for significant reduction, because I do believe in tax reduction, but I want to see it be significant and meaningful and planned out thoroughly and thoughtfully, because I don't care if you think I'm supporting the city and the bureaucracy. What I'm really supporting are the services that our citizens have come to want and ask for. I haven't had one person in 30 years that has lived up here come to me and say, oh gosh, suddenly I can't afford my property tax. Can you do something about it? Never heard that. Have heard the complaint of, why are water taps so high? Why are you fining my neighbor $325 with the threat of imprisoning them for feeding deer? What the hell? None of this makes any sense. It is like this piss poor little credential you're going to get on your resume that you did a stupid tax reduction. And especially in a time when we have Gallagher being amended and none of you sitting right here can tell me how that's going to impact anything. Not one of you. And it pisses me off and it's irresponsible. You want to come back to me and tell me what your model is, what your plan is, and exactly how Gallagher is going to affect what you're about to do? Wonderful. I will wholly support it. But it is irresponsible and reckless. And I think it's just premature and stupid. As stupid is the only word I can think of. And I don't like to say that when it comes to tax reduction, because I want to reduce taxation. But at the same time, I'm not going to increase fees and I'm not going to fine people and I'm not going to put them in jail. So be goddamn consistent with what you're doing, because this is not consistent and it's irresponsible. Pardon my curse word.
I may correct.
Thank you, Hillary.
Tim
Thank you
LaBarre.
very much, Hillary.
I may correct Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre and say that.
Please don't. Please don't.
I
Good
did
God.
not vote for the things that she claims that every one of us voted for. So.
No, you didn't vote to fine people to feed deer. I agree with that, but you did vote to raise water tap fees.
So I voted against all those things, and you included me in your rant, and so you've now gone past your options to complain. The other thing is you have not provided any damn plan for anything ever. So this is a minor situation in which we're discussing whether we do
You
a
have,
permanent
Mr. Mayor.
or
Where's your plan, Mr. Mayor?
where's your plan?
I made
I'm going to
plan, and I have
Point
proposed it
of
several
order. The mayor
times, sir.
speaking. Can we
Don't
please
call it
have some
point of order.
decorum? Point of order. Can we have some decorum?
Good God.
Everyone's had their say. Why is it, Councilwoman Case, that you feel you have to have some quip to every person's comment? Let the mayor speak. Raise your hand like everyone else if you want to weigh in again. This is just not necessary to be so discourteous.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that and pointing that out, because I don't mean to be discourteous. I seem to experience it quite often.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal, please weigh in.
Well, I was kind of amused by Hillary, a lot of what you said, because while you got emotional about it, you hit on some salient points that I want to just talk about. Because, and I'm going to try to be brief, but I wrote down how I think through problems. Because we all ran as fiscal conservatives, every one of us. I mean, the most liberal person on council still ran as a fiscal conservative. So I think every one of us really do want to see a mill levy reduction. And I think if we, we all would nod or say yes. But being at the executive level of governing this city, and that's what the city council is, the executive level, our duty is to be looking a year to 7 years down the road. Okay, that's really what the executive level is supposed to be doing. And Jim, I see you kind of laughing. I hope that's in agreement that executives do. We're supposed to look, we're the visionary. So Hillary, I heard you talking about a plan. And Val, when I talked to you a couple days ago, trying to understand all these things, you pointed something out to me that was intriguing, actually, when we talked about why did the mill levy go up to 16.249 originally? And what you did is educated me that it was to cover the paving of the roads. So that sent me down the path of, okay, well, what do the citizens really want? And the two things that keep coming back is they talk about our number one priority was safety, and our number two was debt reduction. I haven't heard anybody talk about individual tax savings. I haven't, but some of you may have. I simply haven't. So I'm trying to connect the dots of we raised it to this relatively high level, 16.249, to pave roads, when our number one priority is safety, and a number two is debt reduction. So if you do a little bit of research on the safety issues and why the mill levy was brought up to what it was, the 16.249, I'm not sure if the council members are aware that we have a significant number of our subdivisions with inadequate road exits. You're supposed to have two. Our fire department has, in the national fire system, the rating system of subdivisions that all insurance companies use, many parts of Woodland Park are an F rating, horrible exposure. And it's all based on the road networks, because I had to do some research and I ended up talking to the CEO of Armed Forces Co-op, which is it's not a huge insurance company like State Farm or USAA, but it's a big one. They will not insure us because the fire risk with an F rating is so bad that they cannot absorb the risk. So if we're really looking long-term of what the mill levy was originally brought up to, before we start cranking it down, I think we should be attacking the safety issue, which is if the mills were for the roads, we need to take a look at fixing a few more roads. And we should have a long-range plan of how far can we go back down? Because I want to get down. I really do want to support it. So I'm at first glance, I'm against changing the mill levy at all because we have no plan. We have literally no plan on where we're going to with the mill levy. So my hope is that we would take pause on doing anything with the mill levy. We sit down and get a study, what can we do to fix some of the road nets, the safety of our citizens, make better fire. And if we're really trying to put money in the pockets, your homeowner insurance, you'll come down hundreds of dollars. Every household will come down hundreds of dollars if we get rid of this F rating. And if you don't believe it, you just need to go talk to your insurance companies, please. So I'm in favor of mill levy reduction. And since, Mayor Carr, you started with, we have a consensus of 15 point, well, actually, I don't think there was a consensus of that.
No.
Maybe amongst three of you, hey, you had a consensus, but I'm willing to listen. It was 4, okay?
No.
No, I don't think we've ever.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely it was.
Miss
Okay,
Stephanie
I-
Alfieri
I-
was not sworn in. I'm sorry, Mr. Carr.
I'm sorry, but she was sworn in before we did anything today. What are you talking about?
Mayor, we haven't gone through the mill levy discussion. It was postponed to now. Remember,
Nope, number 5 or number 4 on my list. We discussed it already. Settled issue.
okay, semantics probably. Regardless of that, I would support a temporary, the counter proposal that the city staff came back with while we look at what do we really want to get the mill levy down to as we try to take care of some of the roads for better safety and budget reduction, to be truthful. Councilmember Paff, you're correct. The Gallagher is supposedly to generate more taxes, and I'd like to see how this all plays out once the legislature at the state, tells us how it's going to be implemented. And I would like to see the COVID. So being a fiscal conservative, I would go slow on doing anything with the mill levy. And slow to me would be maybe a temporary while we generate a plan, because we don't have a long-term plan, in my opinion. Thank you for my long rant.
So I will mention that we have an extensive pavement management plan. So there is a plan to do all those things. That's in existence. Robin's worked on that. That is absolutely in existence. And Kip and Ben before that have worked on that. The city has excellent plan on all these things. And by the way, there's been no restrictions on any of those funds. They have doing, because we have a flat budget, we have a situation where all of the departments were operating under a flat budget. But the PMP exists already. It already exists. So there is no need to generate something new. It already exists. Mr. Zulawaga, you're.
Well, wait a minute, Val.
Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Val, and I make mistakes all the time. Does that plan include the construction of those few roads that would be a secondary access that would decrease the fire hazard and the fire rating of our subdivisions?
So just so you know, this is one of my pet peeves in these development things that we go through. And I bring this up all the time, the egress and ingress. And I voted no on several of these things. I'm on record strongly about that. It's my number one priority. And it's settled law at this point. All those developments are settled, and I didn't win out on those arguments personally. But the PMP addresses all kinds of issues like that. Expanding the PMP would be something that our new Public Works Director could address, but certainly it's not exactly in this budget or this agenda item, but certainly I understand your concerns. But I think Robin and Kip before and Ben before that have done a tremendous job with the PMP. I've asked that to be brought forward in a work session early in 2021 to educate us on all that stuff. I think those are excellent questions, by the way. It's one of my high priorities. I have not won out with the councils I've had in the past on those issues, and so I'm right there with you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wondered if Miss is still with us. Oh, there she is. Thank you.
Mr. Zulawaga, you were next.
So just to finish up on that point, Councilman Neal, don't we have a 410 fund that levies a 1% sales tax for road improvements?
Yes.
Yes.
So then, to me, that's really not, that doesn't bring in decreasing the mill levy, that as I look at where we're going with this, that doesn't really play into, it's not affecting that because it's already allocated by a 1% sales tax, at least to my mind. The second thing I wanted to, well, there's a number of things that come to my mind as each of you have spoken. The Gallagher Amendment, we gave away our say to say that our legislators can now determine the tax rate for our businesses. So I've experienced through COVID that the government has done very well. Our city has been made whole, period. We've not only been made whole now that we've allocated all the funds to those businesses and citizens who requested a COVID relief package. Our city received an additional, I think, approximately $50,000+. So our city has not suffered this idea that we are under fear of what the future is going to be. I'm sorry, I'm over this whole idea of fear that COVID has propagated amongst our citizenry. We have given away so much of our personal liberty and our personal power to these scientific pundits who think they have the answer, and we have overreaching leadership in our state dictating to us what is appropriate. So the bottom line, if you look at our budget, we have as a city done very well through COVID. We had all these government relief monies. And so from my perspective, I'm looking at the citizen, I'm looking at the business, I'm looking at what are we doing in terms of our of the services we're providing. Now, Mayor Pro Tem Labar, you bring up a great point. This whole idea of fining citizens for feeding a deer, I mean, that's why I suggested last session that we had a half-time code enforcement. We bumped it up to a full-time code enforcement. Why are we spending extra money to enforce something like that? To me, that does not make sense. So those are the areas that we look at. What are the services we're providing? Are we just trying to be punitive? Are we just trying to be authoritarian and dictatorial in the laws that we're bringing forth? Or are we trying to set the citizens free? So for me, this mill levy reduction is a first step to say it's just important for us to pay off the debt. It's just important for us to recognize that we value the dollar that you are paying out of your pocket through taxes. And we are committed to reducing both the amount that we tax you, and at the same time trim our services so that they are quality services in the areas that are important, but not extraneous in things like have already been highlighted here in this discussion. From my perspective, I think it commits us to put up with our principles of conservatism, put up with our principles of fiscal responsibility, and say to the citizens, we're going to give you a reduction in your mill levy right now, and we're going to continue to look at how we can do that for you in the future. At the same time, we're going to pay off the debt that we have incurred.
Mr. Mayor, I would invite you to look at some of the comments in the Q&A, please.
I have.
Okay. Would you share them, please, with the public?
I don't, there aren't any right now.
There were two that I read.
So Councilmember Alfieri, you're next.
Of course not.
So I just wanted to mention as well, my video is going off because it is causing a lag in the streaming. So when I don't need it, I'm turning it off. It seems to be helping. Just two comments that I would make. I continue to hear this talked about the permanent versus temporary. Keeping in mind that a permanent mill levy decrease is only as permanent as the citizens allow it to be. It doesn't mean it can never be increased again. It means that it can be increased if the citizens choose to do so, which is where the decision should lie anyways. Secondly, I hear talk about this hypothesized, critical failure of the economy and the world crashing and property values, going in the tank. And I have absolute trust and faith in our citizens that should that scare tactic hypothesis come true, and there's a need to increase taxes in order to cover the necessary services within our city, our citizens will make the right decision. And if they feel it's warranted, they can always approve a tax increase back up to where it needs to be. Those are my two comments.
Thank you. So I'll weigh in here a little bit. One is, as we all know, looking at the budget, we did very well with our revenues in 2020 for the city. The citizens did not. And so we understand that all the money that comes into the city is really citizens' money, to Councilmember Paff's point. And the citizens suffered for various reasons, including a banner year for Walmart. The city revenues maintained, so that was a good thing for the city. I'm looking at this as we've already settled the issue as item 2 in our preface to 8A, but whether it's permanent or temporary is up for discussion here. The thing is that some people think that the government spends money better than the citizens' money. The citizens think they spend their money optimally better than the government. Otherwise, we would be a different kind of country. Maybe we're going that way. But when I talk about fiscal conservatism, I'm not looking at it how much the government can take of my money. It's how much I can keep. But that's just me. I will open this up to public comment at this time.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I would just like to make some corrections or just provide some feedback on some of the comments that were made. if you don't mind. First thing I'd like just to say from a fundamental public policy analysis perspective, you always look at cost benefit analysis. You look at what the potential impacts are of your decisions. There has been no discussion of that. It's just assumed that the decision to reduce the mill levy can be absorbed. Let me talk about the aspect of Gallagher. Gallagher, we're a rural community. We're 70-30 mix in terms of residential versus commercial. The people who make the legislation, who force the legislation at the state level, are large urban areas. The likelihood of that legislation being in benefit, there's not a foregone conclusion that we're going to get more money from the legislative fix. In fact, rural communities have had more negative impacts from Gallagher than the urban communities. And so depending on how your community is fixed in terms of your residential to commercial ratio, you could be impacted differently. And we have a large residential to commercial ratio. We're 70-30. And so I will tell you that I think it's a mistake in terms of saying that you think that there could be a potential positive impact. I think the consideration for us, because we're so heavily residential, that the potential for us is much higher in terms of the negative impact to legislation. And let me just say that working for CML, on the CML executive board, having discussions with CCI was in opposition to this because they're highly rural. And they were concerned about the impact of the Gallagher fix. We are one of those rural areas. And so I will tell you, I believe that the Gallagher fix has a higher potential to have a negative impact on our rural community than it does have a positive impact. So I think City Council needs to strongly consider that. I think there has been no, and I'm leaving, this is my last meeting, right? So I'm not here to kind of, I wanted to give council a policy option that allows them to consider a permanent fix next year. I'm not trying to throw Armageddon out there next year. I know Council Member Alfieri questions whether or not we could have an economic downfall next year. I don't think any of us can predict what will happen next year. And then combined with the potential of a reduction in revenue from a Gallagher legislative fix, which is, I believe, is a higher percentage than a lower percentage in terms of the economic impact to our rural community. I think I'm just asking council to consider the temporary fix. I'm not going to be here, but I'm concerned that the economy and the Gallagher fix combined could have a potentially negative impact. And I'll go to the point that the staff is, we're not trying to, hold on to the revenues and understand that. I mean, we're agreeing that you're trying to achieve a mill levy reduction, but this is an option for you to have greater flexibility in terms of your policy implementation and make a permanent decision next year once you have a better understanding of the economy and the Gallagher fix. It doesn't change the impact to your businesses. It doesn't change the impact to our residents. They get the same benefit, and you can make a permanent fix next year. To me, I see that as a benefit. It gives you more options. I rarely see that.
Or it can be renewed. Sorry.
Yeah, it can be renewed, exactly. So,
which I think was one of the comments. I looked at one of the comments. I didn't see the other one, Kelly, but I did look at one of the comments.
I'm going to read them, Emily. Thank you.
So, I mean, I would just ask council to please consider the option. I think it gives you more options. You still achieve what you want to do in terms of the benefit to the community. And I'll tell you again, the belief that we did well this year, we're definitely under the budgeted projected revenues that we projected for this year. So we're not doing great. We had to do a flat budget. We had to cut already $90,000 out of the budget to even have a balanced budget already before we even went to a cut. So we're already $90,000 below the existing.
We cut
budget.
128,000.
There you go, more.
from the general fund. So we are actually 128,000, almost 100, so almost 129,000 below the 2020 budget.
So again, the last thing I'll just say is that there hasn't been any consideration of this policy decision and its impact on services. That's not even been discussed. There's just an expected absorption of the loss in revenues that we somehow can absorb it next year, but you never know what the additional impacts or the exacerbating impacts can be from the legislative fix or even a downfall in our economy. Not trying to say Armageddon, I'm just saying be careful. I mean, be careful in the decisions that you make. You have an option to do it in a temporary measure, and you can make a more permanent decision next year. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could.
Councilmember Paff, you're up.
Mayor, can I just make a
One of the-
procedural point really quick?
What?
Our meetings are required to be over by 11 unless we have a motion to move forward. I apologize, Councilmember Paff. I'm not getting into the policy discussion, but procedurally, if we want to go past 11, we have to have a motion from council to do so. So I just wanted to make sure people are aware we're 12 minutes away from that. So I apologize for stepping on your toes, Councilmember Paff. I just wanted to make sure procedurally we're not in violation of our rules.
Thank you.
I have a very, very quick statement. We actually are way ahead this year. The only thing that we lack, I mean, we're not in actual dollars, but we are way ahead because it is definitely foreseeable that lodging taxes will come back. We're down, what is it, 30%? So, and it's already been on numerous times noted that this is not a very large decrease at all. So that just, the logic of that is obvious. I mean, it obfuscates the discussion to say how the sky is falling when everyone agrees this ain't much. So, but it is something, and it is something useful. You know, there is definitely some, truth to related to Gallagher to understand about what our mix of services is, but I can guarantee you that Gallagher will have a positive effect on the 30% of businesses, which has other effects and positively throughout our economy if there's more money in the hands of businesses. So, you know, there's no doubt that, and by the way, we spend all these other extraneous dollars on all these other things that are not public safety related that we've already argued about. And when I say argue, I don't mean in a pejorative way, but in a positive way. We've already argued about all these other extraneous services that really, I think none of us has any good idea what the positive effect in an overall sense in our economy in this town is to all these other extraneous services. And we're willing to spend that money. So there's plenty to take a look at here. And by the way, I just radically reject this idea that public safety is going to be harmed by this mill levy cut. It is a modest cut. It is not, we are so far away from digging into public safety, far away when you look at other aspects of our budget, that it is absurd, in my opinion, to even have that discussion about public safety. I have said this already publicly, that we are nowhere close to affecting public safety in what we're doing. Even taking Councilmember Neal's point into consideration, there are 410 funds that could be dealt with to deal with these very small number, albeit important individually, homes that fall under poor fire codes. But that's, to be candid, that's a struggle that everyone except major metropolitan areas have. We are no different than any, in fact, there are many rural towns in this state that are far worse than us when it comes to fire code issues, far worse. And there are always insurers that exist that are willing to deal with that in communities like ours, where that is a small number. There are communities out on the Western Slope that struggle far more than we do when it comes to fire codes. So that is an issue. It's something to address. But folks, if we're only talking about $20 a person, then absolutely we're not affecting greatly anything we want to do, especially when people are talking about getting down to 10 mills. So that, you know, listen, the issue is that this is not an outrageous proposal. The long-term effect it doesn't even approach 10% of the budget in the future. And though we don't know what the future is, I can tell you this, unless this country, we're going to have far worse problems in this country if we can't absorb a less than 10% annualized cut in the mill levy. If we're going to have that problem in the future, then that means we are never going to return to the economic viability that we once had in this country. And that's a far different discussion than the one we're having. This mill levy is modest. It is not inappropriate for us to take this action on a permanent basis. And you know, and the people expect us to think about them first before we think about us. So that's why this is an important proposal, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal, and then Councilmember Case, and then I'm going to put it to public comment.
So Mayor Carr, point of order, just we only have like 7 minutes to do that. Can you give us some idea of what's left on the agenda and what your estimated? I mean, I'm happy to make a motion to extend it if I had an idea of what would be.
Yeah, I would say to 11:30.
Okay, so then I make a motion that we extend council meeting until 11:30 this evening.
Second.
Suzanne.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Labar,
Extend, yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, briefly, Councilmember Neal, we'll have more options to discuss after public comment also, but go ahead, please.
Mr. Paff, I think I need to restate to you what I think I heard you characterize what I was saying, because I think you got it wrong. I thought I heard you say that I was saying the mill levy would cause a safety issue. That's not what
I did not say that. You said that there was an issues to address with certain very poor fire codes that
Right.
could be
And my point,
taken care of in the future if we don't move this down. That's at least how I heard it.
my point was that we should have a long range plan, and I'm trying to get Robin to respond to a private message, because I want confirmation that her paving plan, long range plan.
Can you help Robin out if
And Neil, or Councilmember Neal, I can respond to. I can give you some feedback on it.
the KIP's on too, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm waiting to get a response.
So Councilmember Neal, just real quick, the perspective that you're making. We have a pavement management plan. It's a 10-year plan, but I will tell you there's portions of it on the back end of it that we are still not able to accomplish with the 410 funds. So it doesn't cover all of our roads, and I can let Robin and Kip chime in. What I will tell you is
that answers to my point.
Yeah. Well, so where we get the additional funds is from the general fund. So this does come out of the property tax as part of the general fund. And if you look at projecting it out at the end of the 10-year plan, it's about $760,000 potentially. This reduction from $62 in 1 year ends up being $700,000 at the end of this process. That's the cost that for the city to do the highway
62,000
plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jim,
so,
that was my point.
You said 62.
Yeah, let me just talk to Jim, please. Jim, that was my point, is I would like to see, before we do, because I haven't heard from the citizens, they need this $20, whereas the money could go to fixing some roads that you will see hundreds of dollars of difference in your homeowner's insurance. And I know you don't, I mean, you have some form of insurance on where you're living, but when I got up here, the challenges I went through trying to get insurance were astronomical. I couldn't believe that I had to change insurance companies because nobody, had a 30-year and 40-year relationship from the military would insure my house because our F rating on the scale is so bad that they simply won't insure. And that was my point. Thank you, Mayor Carr. I'm done.
I think Councilmember Case had her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, if we're not going to read the comments with regards to this topic during public comment, I'd like to read them now, but if you will assure me that these get read into the record, there are both pros and cons here.
I see 4 of them
These
right
people
now.
can't,
Go ahead.
because these people can't be with us in person. There is some meaningful information here that needs to be shared in the public meeting. I'm happy to read them if you are not.
I see 4 comments right now. But
Yes, sir.
About the anonymous attendees in the question and answer dialogue box.
Yeah, and I don't see that they're coming forward with their names. I'm not sure they're all anonymous, but because I don't see any anonymous people attending our meeting.
I see a comment about Miss Alfieri. I see one about put my $20 towards debt reduction. Somebody else,
Yep.
my apologies. I thought this was public comment time. No, we're getting there. We're almost there.
Okay.
And we could petition or let the representatives that have been elected to vote in the interest of the people.
Your Honor, I think there's some under the answered tab.
Correct.
Mayor Carr?
But Mayor, I'd just like to ask something. If you're asking about putting stuff in the public record, we have an anonymous attendee making all sorts of comments. I thought it would be appropriate that the person identify themselves if they want to have their comments read. I don't know what other people feel about it.
Yeah, I object to anonymous attendees also.
Mayor Carr?
Suzanne, please.
If I may, if this was an in-person council meeting, they would have to come up to the podium, state their name and their municipality. If they can do like others are doing and raise their hand, then they can do, then we can consider the public comment that way if you would prefer.
So I'm going to go to the next thing, which is public comment. And we have at least one person raise their hand. And I would like David to come forward, and you're welcome to speak, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor. A couple of comments on this issue. One, I was disappointed that the resolution itself wasn't available to the public until 3.5 hours before the meeting started. But some other comments too. I too will look forward to a mill levy reduction when the time is right. I don't believe the time is right now. Some of you do not like some of the decisions that were made by your predecessors, by formerly elected council members, but they were decisions that were made that caused the city to have to come up with plans for paying off this debt, something that you said is incredibly important. So the idea of reducing the mill levy at some point makes sense. Now is not the time. If there's additional monies, if the world doesn't come to an end economically as we know it, then put that money aside, pay down that debt. That'll do so much more good for the community in the future than $20 here and $20 there. So just please don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Look at the long-term implications. Think about that debt reduction. I'm very concerned about impacts to services. I too don't think that basic fundamental safety services will be impacted by this, but you don't know that. You don't know what's going to happen with sales tax. You don't know what's going to happen with lodging tax. I've heard several council members talk about we're no longer funding extraneous services. No one is telling me or the rest of the community, what are these extraneous services that you keep referring to? This reduction will have an impact on services. It may not be safety, but it will be services that eventually will have an impact on safety. I'm very concerned about that. I also think it was disingenuous to speak in item 8A, get some consensus with the understanding that, oh, by the way, we're going to have more detailed discussion on this a little bit later on.
Thank you, David.
I think that was inappropriate and disingenuous, and those are my comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised.
Actually, if I could, you cut me off the last time I made comments, Mr. Mayor. So if you could be careful not to do that again, I'd appreciate it.
I apologize. This is a terrible way to run a meeting, as you know, and I'm doing the best I can. I apologize, though. I wasn't aware that that happened. I see no other hands raised. So I will close public comment, but we have final questions of Emily and of any final discussions. Please. Well, wait a minute. We got some Q&A here. Let me look at those. We have one additional one that we didn't read before. My name is Patricia Stinner. My question was posted anonymously by mistake. Please see the question that begins, please show the calculations. I don't see that anywhere, but we will certainly, all this, the chat, by the way, is all public record also. Oh, here it is. Please show the calculations used to determine the estimated physical impact on the city's revenue, assuming a $500,000 levy reduction. Please show the average household tax savings, which will be about $20 a year. Please show, let's see, the average annual tax savings for commercial property owners. We have specified exactly what it's going to be. It's around $63,000 total, and that's what it's going to be. I'm going to close public comment, and last questions, I'm going to go around the board, or discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
No, I just want to finalize by saying I wasn't inaccurate about myself being the only one to vote to not fine or increase fees. I even have March 18th, 2020, resolution 855. The vote was 5-1, me voting no on increasing fees on our citizens. So I don't like being corrected or told that I am not telling the truth when I speak. I'm very aware of when I vote on record, and I'm a solo vote often. And those are times that I know I was a solo vote.
So I voted against the water increases. I voted against the deer things. Those were the two things specified, and I stand on those.
Hold a record, Val. You didn't. I was a solo vote on that date.
On water taps and deer, no, that's absolutely untrue.
Oh, well, the minutes show it. So you'll have to
I'm
ask.
sorry, it's incorrect because I was the one who proposed the moratorium on those things. Anyway,
I agree with Ms. Labar, I remember as well.
Off topic.
No, it's not.
Councilmember Alfieri. Councilmember Alfieri, you're recognized.
So I have no other comments other than to say.
Councilmember Case, you've pitched in on everything else. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm in favor of the temporary moratorium. I'd like to give our citizens some relief in these difficult times. And I'd like to have the opportunity to do this responsibly and not recklessly, and do the analysis that's necessary and give it the time to flesh itself out to see where we stand and where our citizens stand. There's many comments that have been made that won't be read into the record by our mayor that support the position that I'm taking right now. And thank you for your comments to those citizens that have commented. I will not be supporting a permanent reduction in the mill levy without proper analysis and consideration of the long-term effects and tertiary effects of such a move. Thank you.
Councilmember Neal.
For the resolution, no, I have nothing further.
Councilmember Paff.
I have nothing further.
Councilmember Zuluaga. There you are.
Mayor, maybe it was just my connection, but from what I heard, you moved on to Councilmember Case while Councilmember Alfieri was still speaking, and I thought she was still in the middle of a sentence. So I would like to hear that.
It was nothing of real context. I was just going to say that I would have enjoyed being able to join Councilmember Labar on voting against those fee increases had I had the opportunity back then. That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I get to weigh in finally. At the end of 2020, the 410 fund has $2.6 million. We're talking about 60,000, 63,000. At the end of 2021, the 410 fund will have almost $1 million in reserves. So I think there's money in there to make up that 60,000, certainly. The other thing I will say is that we keep kicking the can down the road, and everybody's the sky is falling, the sky is falling. This is the 5th year in a row that I've proposed a mill levy reduction, and I think it's time that the citizens start seeing us changing the Queen Mary's direction. Once again, the staff has done a great job to balance our budget. I congratulate Darren and Emily and all the directors. Tremendous job. I couldn't have done better. I'm going to put a motion to approve a resolution number 868 certifying the mill levy for the 2021 budget year with Exhibit B, the permanent solution.
I second.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Can we have further discussion, Mr. Mayor?
We can have, we had further discussion just before that. The evidence portion of the hearing is over.
Mayor,
Oh,
I just want
I
to
see.
say something because I'm afraid that we're mischaracterizing the PMP and the 410 fund. When you see,
I agree. That's what I wanted to
when you
discuss,
see
Darren. Thank you.
reserves, those are intended to cover future costs. We have to build up enough funds in the 410 fund to pay for maybe a $2 or $3 million project the following year. There's no revenues, additional
And they're unrelated.
reserves. And so as a result of that, there is still a deficit at the end. There's not enough funds to complete the PMP at the end of the 10 years. And I just want to repeat, if you aggregate the impact of this over a 10-year period, it is as much as we're going to expend on Highway 67 improvements this next year. That's a huge amount. That's $700,000. So that is what you will be taking out of the 410 fund. There is no reserves. There is no additional revenues. If you look at the PMP, there is specific road projects for the next 10 years, and we save just enough to pay to cash fund those at each year, and they're set up in such a way to do that. So if you take money out of it, it suspends or delays a project, hits, and this is the whole point. I mean, we haven't had any discussion about this. This is kind of the point about the impact. You hit the degradation curve, and now you actually have to spend more money to get that road fixed in the future. And so the impact is more than just the reduction of 62,000. It's 700,000, and then on top of that, it's potentially as much as if the road is degraded more because we took another year to fix it, it could be another couple $100,000 or more. So I just throw that. I would hate to see the 410 fund and how it's structured be mischaracterized as if we have reserves, because that's not the case.
I read exactly off the budget. I read, pardon me, a point of order. I read exactly off of the fund balances on page 39. That's all I did. A point of order, we have a motion, we have a second. Suzanne.
And there are no tax revenues from property taxes in the 410 fund. It's not relevant to this discussion.
Right.
Neil?
There's no wisdom to support 868B. No.
Path?
Yes.
Zulawaga?
Yes.
Alfieri?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
No.
Labar?
You're muted, Hillary.
Labar?
You were on mute.
Unmute myself.
Is it yes or no, Labar? No? Okay. Motion carries 4-3.
I'm ashamed of you people.
So we're down to new business 10B and the appointment and oath of office for acting city manager effective December 12th, 2020. I'm happy to announce that we've come to an agreement with our assistant city manager, Michael Lawson, and I welcome him to take over the acting city manager role effective December 12th. Suzanne, would you like to administer the oath of office?
It would be my great pleasure. Michael, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Michael S. Lawson,
I, Michael S. Lawson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and of the state of Colorado,
and of the state of Colorado,
the charter and ordinances
the charter and ordinances
of the city of Woodland Park,
of the city of Woodland Park,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the acting city manager
the duties of the acting city manager
upon which I am about to enter effective December 12th, 2020.
about which I am about to effectively enter. Thank you. As of December 12th, 2020.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Michael.
And Mayor, I guess as a point of clarification, I apologize, I didn't want to interrupt. I wasn't here for the beginning of the meeting after the executive session to understand exactly what motion was made. So I just want to make sure it's clear if there's a motion by council to make this appointment. I understand that that's likely to pass, and we've already done the swearing in, but I guess I would make it contingent on the contract being signed, and also to make sure that the motion was officially made to make that appointment. So we're compliant with the charter. I apologize for not interrupting sooner.
No, that's correct. And we did make the motion to carry out the executive session orders. Mr. Lawson was involved with those, and they were exactly as discussed. And so I'm hopeful that he agrees with what he agreed with before, and we will move to do that. But I appreciate you helping out there.
And I guess in that regard, did we have a formal motion to make the appointment?
We did not. We had a motion per your instructions to have the mayor execute the contract as discussed in executive session.
So at this point,
Yeah, to finalize the contract per the discussion in the executive session.
correct. So I guess I would ask council to make a motion making this appointment. I don't know that we have to redo the oath, but at least we'll have that on the record that there was a motion to make the appointment that's occurred.
So
I'll
moved.
make the motion to appoint the Assistant City Manager, Michael Lawson, into the Acting City Manager.
I second the motion.
Yeah.
Suzanne?
Thank you. Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Neil?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to reports and mayor's report. The events that I've got are Friday, tomorrow, on December 4th at Memorial Park. We have Winter Day in the Park from 3:30 to 5 with Santa, Petty Zoo, Ute Pass Iron Goats. I'm not sure what that is. And Candy Cane Shoot, a hot chocolate and holiday music. I plan to be there. I'm going to do the sing-along. The city tree lighting with Santa sing-along, a social with hot chocolate, beer, and wine from 5 to 6. I assume that's pay your own way. And then tree lighting at 6, I'll be there for that. On Saturday, December 5th from 8 a.m. to noon, the Kiwanis drive-through breakfast with Santa. The Woodland Park High School Gateway Elementary Panther Way is where that's happening. It's a drive-through event. On Saturday, December 5th and 6th, the Tweeds Holiday Home Tour. And for more information, go to www.swhs.org. wphht.org. And then Monday, December 7th is Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. A lot of us had parents who entered World War II because of that day, and so it's a very solemn occasion. And if you've been to the U.S. Arizona like I have, it's a very emotional time. That's all I have for now, pending some later comments. The rest of the council, Mayor Pro Tem Labar.
I don't have anything at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Have two quick things. One, you touched on most of it, which was the breakfast with Santa. I would mention that just recently today, they'll also be at the breakfast with Santa event taking the crazy hat contest displays, I guess you might call them. Those can be dropped off at the breakfast with Santa event to be voted on. So that's a new development as of today. The other thing I'd like to just mention is a shout out to our Parks and Grounds. I believe they're the department that put up our Christmas lights. It's always one of my favorite things to see during the entire year. And they always look great, but especially this year, something about them, they look full, they look complete. They did a great job. I saw them putting them up weeks prior, and every few days I kept wondering, when are they going to turn them on? So it was great to see that happen just the day before Thanksgiving, and big shout out and kudos to them. They did a fantastic job. That's all I have.
Yeah, you get to see them from your office. That's great.
Yep.
Councilmember Case.
I have nothing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal. You're on mute, Rusty.
I have nothing to report, only one comment. In conclusion, I would ask that the mayor, Councilmember Paff, and Jason Myers reread our municipal code, Article 3, Section 3.14, conflict of interest. Thank you.
Well, I'm certainly happy to read it. I have no conflict of interest, so thank you for your poisoning the water. Councilmember Paff.
Good.
I have nothing.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Well, for fear of trying to cheer us up a little bit, I have one simple joke for you. What do you call sad coffee? Depresso. Depresso. And on a lighter note, how many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh?
I give up.
Tentacles.
Ah.
All right. I have nothing else to report.
Thank you. City Attorney's report.
I would love to yield whatever little time I have to our outgoing city manager for his comments, since we only have 10 minutes before we have to wrap up. Thank you.
City Manager report. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, please indulge me for a few minutes with my closing comments. I will tell you that just as a quick report that we're close to expending all of the CVRF funds. I believe that'll probably occur in the next week or two. We met with DOLA today and went over those expenditures and reimbursements, and so it looks as if we'll be able to accomplish that probably in the next week or two and I'll get the full report out to council to describe how that was done. So let me, if you don't mind, indulge me for a few minutes. I know we got 10 minutes, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible. But it's been an honor to represent our community and our incredibly talented and committed staff and city council. I'm proud of what our staff and community members have been able to accomplish over the last few years, including this time during the current pandemic. As you know, municipal government is the government that is closest to the people, where our staff is often our neighbors, our friends, our constituents, or all three. They're often our community's foremost experts on municipal issues, possessing a really strong commitment to the future of our city and carrying the weight of being stewards of our city's public resources. It's often a thankless job to serve in municipal government. So I want to take the time to publicly thank our staff. Without our staff, our city government programs and services, that we would not be successful. So I want to thank them, and they deserve our gratitude. To our city council, past and present, thank you for selecting me to serve the city over the last few years. To our late mayor, Neil Levy. Neil was one of the most authentic and caring people I've ever met. His love for this city and his incredible drive to direct his energies towards always bettering our city will be forever unmatched. I will always hold Neil as a standard bearer for what a mayor, father, and community and business leader should represent. Neil taught me by example that strong and effective leaders listen first and demonstrate gratitude and empathy to those that they lead. Neil will be sorely missed. To Carol Harvey, all I can say is wow. What is an incredibly intelligent, passionate leader and a truth seeker. To Noel Sawyer, as I've said before, Noel's talent is vision. Noel truly understood the role of city council and was always focused on the future of our community. He was rarely distracted by the trees from the forest. To Paul Saunier, he challenges Jason Myers for the best sense of humor among our staff and city council. He was and is still a strong advocate for the safety of our community, and I appreciate that he always held us accountable for one of the most critical functions we can provide as a city, public safety. To Councilmember Case, one, if not the most physically astute council members I've ever served with. I was lucky to have you as a council member and was fortunate to be able to lean on your expertise over the last few years. Thank you for listening and considering the input from staff, and always maintaining your policy role as a city council member. To Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, there's no stronger or consistent advocate that I've seen for property rights than Hillary LaBarre. You have always been incredibly thoughtful and considerate in your policy deliberations, and I've appreciated your willingness to weigh staff input and expertise in your decisions. To Mayor Carr, we haven't always agreed. Tonight's an example of that, but I appreciate your willingness, your increasing willingness to listen and work with our staff over the last few months. Your openness to staff input and expertise will go a long way in building a team relationship with staff as I depart the city. To Councilmember Neal, you're an incredible listener. You've raised the bar in my opinion in terms of your willingness to seek out community input and staff feedback in your decision making, and your willingness to consider multiple sides of an issue. Thank you for your thoroughness and your decision making. To Councilmember Zualaga, thanks for continuing to bring humor to our city council meetings like you did just a little bit ago, even if your punchlines sometimes fall flat. I say that as that doesn't mean it happened tonight, but maybe. To Councilmember Path, thanks for bringing your state and federal government experience and perspective to our city. It's often important to see the bigger picture and local decisions that our city council makes for our community. And to incoming Councilmember Stephanie Alfieri, I wish you the best of luck in the difficult decisions you'll be making for our city in the coming year, and just good luck. And to our staff, I can't possibly thank everyone, but we're so incredibly lucky to have such competent, hardworking, and committed public servants serving our city. To Suzanne Leclerc, thank you for being such a strong and caring pillar of our city staff. I deeply appreciate your advice and friendship over the last few years. You're one of the best people I know, and never stop being you. To Jason Myers, what a great hire for the city last year. Jason is one of the best city attorneys and comedians I've ever had the opportunity to work with. As Jason and I have discussed, serving with Woodland Park over the last few years should be counted in dog years. The level of professional development we've gained with our experience with Woodland Park will be hard to match in the future. Thank you, Jason, for your counsel and support over the last year. To Kip, thanks for your steady and hardworking demeanor. When we say leaders should lead from the front and by example, you are that example. Thanks for taking the extra work of interim public works director over the last few years, and welcome back to serving as the director of utilities. To Sally Riley, what an incredible institutional knowledge and history you have with our city. You've been the person I've leaned on when I needed to understand the history of city government, our city government, and you never cease to amaze me with the details and stories you could tell. Thank you for your long commitment and services to our community. To Robin Brown, one of the best hires we've made in the last 2 years, and secretly one of the best senses of humor among our staff. Congratulations on your promotion to Public Works Director, and I wish you the best of luck in the future. You're going to do great. To Cindy Keating, thanks for your strong leadership, patience, and competence. Your job has not been easy over the last few years, and I think our entire community owes you a debt of gratitude for the difficult work you've had to accomplish in incrementally improving the operations of the Woodland Aquatic Center and UPass Cultural Center over the last 3 years. To Chief DeYoung, thanks for your incredibly steady and stoic leadership over the last few years. I want to especially thank you for your leadership during the difficult time your entire police department endured to achieve justice for Kelsey Barrett. Our community can't be more thankful for you and our police department. To Emily, thanks for having the patience and willingness to take a different professional path. You've done a great job in your professional development. I can only expect that you're going to continue to improve over the next year. Thank you for your willingness to accept such a difficult assignment. And to our new acting city manager, Michael, what a great hire for the future of our city. Thank you for accepting our offer and your willingness to serve our community into the future. You will learn and grow immensely during your time with Woodland Park, and the city and our community is fortunate to have you aboard. And so lastly, I remain inspired and encouraged by the strong spirit of volunteerism from so many of our community members. And I really hope that City Council, city staff, and our community will strive to focus their efforts and energies in the future to always make Woodland Park a better place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I'm going to make a motion to extend for 15 minutes so the council and some of the staff can pitch in. I make a motion to extend to 11:50, let's say.
I'll second.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Luaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
and then we have Pav.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 unanimously.
Thank you. I'll lead off the remarks. I'll be brief because I'm planning to say more things personally to Darren later, but I appreciate the last few months. Darren and I have come to some understandings and a pretty good working relationship, and I've been thrilled about that. We've really made some huge progress, and I would be remiss not to acknowledge that. It's been wonderful. He kind of has the same work ethic I do, and even when we disagree, we're passionate about what we do. And he's a hard worker. I respect that, and he's tenacious, just like I am. He and I are a lot alike, which started out badly, but I felt very good about it in the last few months. He's got a beautiful family, and I wish him well going to Cape Cod. And it's a terrific young family that's going to do well wherever they go. And via con Dios, and I'll talk more with you, but I pass it on to Mayor. Anybody else, just speak up one at a time, please. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your service, Darren.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry.
Anybody else?
I'll go.
Okay.
Darren, you were an excellent city manager to handle this crew, and I really appreciate your patience and your personality very much, and also your knowledge and ability to explain difficult things easily, and put up with me and be willing to argue with me. And I really wish you the best of luck in the future. And I hope that you are happy in your new position and that your family is happy as well. And I know that we'll be in touch after this as well. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Hillary. Let me just say that I think all of us benefit from Jason being our translator.
We do. Anybody else? Speak up. Councilmember Case, look like you're ready.
Sure. Darren, I'd just like to say one thing to begin with. You are a class act, and I appreciate you. I will miss you. I have to say that when we were evaluating applications, you rose to the top for me on paper, as I think you did for Hillary. And I think you've done a phenomenal job. You have knowledge that was invaluable to our city and our citizens. And I've tried to counsel you over time. We've had a lot of conversations, and I've tried to counsel you, and you've tried to counsel me. And I think that you have held your own well and done a fine job. I've worked with 5 city managers here in this town, and you've been one of the best by far. And I think our previous city manager, Mr. Buttery, would agree with me. You're both warriors. You've both served your country for many, many years as a career. And I thank you for that. And I thank David for that as well, and everyone else that serves our country. You will go far and do well wherever you go. And it's been my pleasure and my honor to work with you. And I say with you because that's exactly what it is. If we can't work with you, then we're sunk. So I wish you the best, and I wish your family the best. And I'll just say, although it's decaf coffee, cheers. Good luck to you. Stay in touch, please.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Neal.
Darren, publicly, I will only commend you for your professionalism. I intend to finally have that beer with you privately, where two old soldiers can say goodbye appropriately. I'll catch you offline.
Thanks, Rusty. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Path.
Sorry, I had to mute myself. Thanks for being willing to work through all this. It's been an important change and an interesting change over the last year. And I remember first sitting down with you when I had become a candidate, and it's been at least a very good exchange ever since. So you're going to from one of the best places in the country to another one of the best places in the country. So enjoy the water. I guess you're going from mountains to the beach. And I know my wife loves the beach and I love the mountains, but you know, they can't say anything bad about the beach. So it's a beautiful area of the country. I think you're going to enjoy it very much. So I do wish your family great blessings. It's a challenge to make a big move like that. So I ask the Lord for you to have a safe trip and to be able to get settled in well, because it's going to be a pretty challenging move. So wishing you the best and your family the best as well.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Well, Darren, I want to say that I respect you greatly. You are a very smart man. We don't see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean I haven't learned a lot from you, and you are professional. I salute you for being professional down to the end. I mean, very good, just very, very good. Your integrity speaks for itself. I see it. And I wish we could have had more areas of agreement. I really do, because the times we would sit down with our interpreter, they were great sessions, just great sessions. So I wish you all the best. I pray blessings upon your wife's health, your family, and having lived a number of years by the beach myself, it's a great move. It's a great move. So thank you. Thank you for your service to Woodland Park.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it.
And last but not least of the council is our long experienced council member Alfieri.
So Darren, I'm not sure what to say. We've had a interesting history with each other. But I do have to say I've appreciated the challenge along the way for sure. You definitely have been a worthy opponent, so I've enjoyed it. And I really do wish you honestly and truly all the best out there. I hope you find that that is a well-fitting long-term position for you in your life. So all the best. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephanie. Just one thing that I remember that I recruited you to the Charter Review Committee. I do think that you are a great addition to the City Council in terms of your passion for the community. So I wish you the best of luck in working with the rest of the City Council and trying to maintain that independent approach that you've had in the past. So I hope and wish you the best. Thanks.
I have Suzanne's said she's Suzanne, you want to go next or you want somebody else?
I'm good. I'm good to go. Thanks, Mayor. Everybody, Rob doesn't think I can get through this without crying, so I'm going to show you that I can. Darren, it's been a whirlwind of 2 years working for you, Darren. As I've said many times, you and I are polar opposites. The common ground we both have is that we both really have an incredible passion for our beautiful city of Woodland Park, and we both really dislike mayonnaise. I've learned so much from you the past 2 years, both professionally and personally. You have taught me not to be afraid of speaking up and disagreeing with you, which, as you know, has occurred on numerous occasions. You have pushed me professionally, and for that, I am very grateful. You came to the city of Woodland Park with such a passion for local government. You may be the most passionate person I know when it comes to local government. The city can thank you for bringing some great ideas and successes along with you, just to name a few. We can thank you for the creation of the Citizens Academy, which has been an incredible success and a program the community really enjoys. We can thank you for helping us do a better job of coming into the 20th century with the way we do business. Through your leadership, we now have a modern and up-to-date website. We have new technology helping us broadcast our council meetings and new technology allowing us to go virtual and work from home as needed. Our citizens can now access many more services online as a result of your expertise in technology and community engagement. Through your leadership, Darren, we now have a city attorney and a human resource department, which I'm not sure how we ever operated without either of these before. Through your leadership, we have obtained a budget with a very healthy fund balance. Through your leadership, you have led the staff through the process of updating our core values and now have the acronym of STRIVE, which the employees can really wrap their arms around and embrace. Through your leadership, we were able to do a successful compensation study and bring the employees to competitive wages. Through your leadership, we have started a director's book club and new employee lunches. I have admired over the past 2 years your love for our country, our city, your family, and fellow human beings. A quote that many of us have heard before that reminds me of you is, work and live to serve others. Leave the world a little better than you found it. In closing, Darren, I would like to say you have encouraged me to perform beyond expectations, and you were there to help me with challenges along the way. Thank you for motivating and supporting me. I owe you a great deal. Best of luck with all that lies ahead. God's blessings and peace to you and your family always. Thank you.
Thank you, Suze.
Thank you. Next I have, and this is not in seniority order, but Rob was signed up.
Hey, Darren. So I'm not here to say goodbye because you're probably going to be stuck hearing from me for at least the next few decades. But I was asked to share some stuff that you do kind of behind the scenes that maybe some of the citizens don't realize. Everybody else talks about what Darren does for the city and what he's done for the staff here. But in addition to all that, he's also been a tremendous supporter of veterans that make up a large part of the community here in Woodland Park, as well as the Pikes Peak region in general. Veterans are sometimes offered these corporate fellowships. To put this in context for you, for all of you. They spend their last few months in the military before they transition out working for large companies. They get experience what it's like in the corporate world. And Darren saw that and he took the idea and he said, if you can do that there, then it can be done at a corporate, if it can be done at a corporate level, it can most certainly be done in local government. So mirroring that program in 2016, Darren merged mutual benefits available for both veterans and local governments, creating a Veterans to Local Government Fellowship Program within the Pikes Peak region alongside Scott Traynor. Shortly thereafter, this program was absorbed by the ICMA and became the Veterans and Local Government Management Fellowship, a nationwide veterans program helping vets and their spouses all across the country in all branches of service. To date, this program has helped 111 service members, including myself, and 3 spouses with internships within local government. The program grows with each cohort. So it started out with like 4 to 5 participants per cohort. The upcoming cohort that starts in January has 35 fellows across 12 different states. Darren's personal efforts will have allowed this program to thrive, and it would not exist today without his hard work and determination. And Darren doesn't just set it up and then these guys go to work. Like, he provides mentorship to the fellows. He talks to them one-on-one, and he really invests a lot of time into each and every one. The program has resulted in 80% of the fellows being interviewed for local government jobs, with 71% of them accepting jobs. And realizing that Darren's will always be a part of this program at a national level, his personal involvement in the Pikes Peak region will surely be missed. And to Darren, on behalf of past, present, and future veteran fellows in this program, I'd like to say thank you for your efforts, guidance, and leadership. Best of luck in your future endeavors. And most importantly, too, I don't know if they're listening, but I'd like to say thanks to your wife and daughters. The support you give to us, it requires a lot of time. And that time is a sacrifice made by our families, and I appreciate that from them. So best of luck and thank you.
Thank you. I see a bunch of directors on here, but the only face I see is Michael Lawson, so I'll let you go next. Anybody else? Please show your face.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you. I'll be brief. I so greatly appreciate Darren, and quite honestly, Darren's leadership here in Woodland Park was one of the reasons I was drawn to the assistant city manager job in the first place. It was a major draw for me. Darren and I met when he was still at Pueblo West. We met over the Veterans Local Government Management Fellowship Program. We tried to make a few of those work out in Aurora, and we never got it done, but I did have the pleasure of meeting Darren and developing a great respect for him. So he's got quite the pull, and he does have a strong reputation nationwide, including up in Aurora. So I do appreciate him. I greatly appreciate his integrity. The courage he brings to the job is inspiring to me. And I really do appreciate his tenacity for accomplishing what needs to get done. He's also quite the creative, resourceful guy. I've been so pleased to see some of the programs that he's put in place, ways that he's served the community, ways he's served the organization, and our employees as well. Perhaps most of all, what I appreciate about Darren is his great passion for veterans. My stepdad is a veteran, and I really appreciate it from a personal perspective, really caring for that community and just knocking himself out, his time professionally and personally to serve this population that a lot of times gets overlooked. So I truly appreciate all the work that's been done in that area, and hope and anticipate that we continue to lift up our veterans in this community. So I wish all the best to you and your family. We will miss you. Please know that you are in our prayers as well here in our home, and just wish you the best.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're running short on time, but I'm not going to be a Grinch about that. If Jason, or Sally, or Robin, Emily, Kip, or Grace, I see all of you on here. If any of you want to speak up, please do. Jason.
Steal everybody's time. I'll be brief. You know, Darren and I have I've had a blast working with you for the last 18 months. I say Darren's a lot like the Energizer Bunny. He's always going and going and going. And it's his tenacity and his dedication is phenomenal. And I appreciate that example from you as I've gotten the pleasure to work with you. And I also appreciate your graciousness as myself and your director team poke fun at you, and you take it in a wonderful way. And it really provided a tremendous atmosphere at the city of camaraderie as we work through some of these difficult issues, COVID and land use issues, et cetera, et cetera. And so I really appreciate your dedication and your leadership and example. And I wish you the very, very best, and hopefully you stay in touch.
Thank you. I see Emily up. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to thank Darren for bringing me to Woodland Park, because without, his intervention with that, I would actually be in Green Mountain Falls. So thank you, and your leadership.
You just muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what the last thing you heard was, but without Darren intervention, I would be in Green Mountain Falls and not Woodland Park. So I'd be down the road. So I have to thank him for that. And the thing that I think I muted myself on was that Darren's a great leader, and he's taught me a lot, both what to do and also what not to do. So it's been great, and wish you the best. And we still have, some time to work together. So I know there'll be more celebrations and well wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Sally Riley, if you'd like to say a few words.
Just a few words. I wanted to wish Darren the best in my home state, and good luck with all those New Englanders who are interesting folks to get along with. So Darren has been my 7th city manager. So it's been an interesting relationship, and I really have learned a lot from him as well. He always has incredible ideas and a lot of opportunity for experimenting and going beyond the envelope, pushing the envelope. So thanks, Darren. Good luck in Cape Cod.
Thank you, Sally.
We're at time, but if Jason just closes his ears, I'm going to let it go on unless we're not allowed to. But Kip's next.
I'd say as long as we're not doing any additional public business, we'll probably be okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Kip.
Thank you, sir. Darren, the best thing about going last is I can just echo everybody's comments, because they've all covered it all. But no, Darren, we wish you the best. I thank you for challenging me. I tend to get stuck in my ways, and I get in little ruts. So I really deeply want to thank you for pushing me forward and right in the best possible direction when sometimes I get stuck in routine. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Kip.
Thank you. Miles, I see your shining face there.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be brief. I know there's others on here. Darren, I just want to thank you for your creativity, your willingness to listen, your exhausting tempo that you operate at. So make sure you do yourself and your family a favor and take a vacation or take a breath once in a while. It'll do everybody a little bit of good. Thanks again for improving our hiring process and for the veterans that we were able to hire at the police department. And I just want to wish you and your family good luck in the move and the next change that you're looking at. So God bless and Godspeed.
Thank you, Miles.
Thank you, sir. I see Robin. Are you available? Grace, I see you. Oh, Robin, there you go.
I'm here. Sorry, it took me a while. I'm gonna echo Kip's comments and say that just to echo everyone else's comments. I am loving my time at Woodland Park, so I'm thankful that you've brought me here. I've learned a lot from you, and I'm really impressed with your knowledge of local government and public works and all of it. So I know that we're running out of time, so I'll have a beer with you and Rusty, and and I'll talk to you more later. Thanks.
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you. The last person I see on here is Grace. Has Grace left the building?
She might have fallen asleep. It's getting
Okay.
late.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate all your comments, and we will have something happening on the 11th, I believe. Yes, no? Okay. Anyway, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.
Night.
And